Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I've always been interested in the unexplained. Even as a child, I collected books about strange occurrences, watched documentaries about mysterious events, and listened to podcasts about unsettling incidents that defied rational explanation. I believed I understood fear, the theoretical concept of it at least. But nothing prepared me for what happened during that weekend in October 2018. My name is Demos, a Lithuanian name given to me by my grandparents who immigrated to America decades before I was born. I was 11 years old when the incident occurred, a skinny kid standing at just about 5 feet tall and weighing only 36 kilograms. My mother, a nurse working rotating shifts at the regional hospital, often left me with my grandparents when she had to work overnight. Their house sat on the edge of town, bordered by dense woods on one side and open farmland on the other. It was a place I normally loved visiting, until that night. My grandparents had a dinner reservation at their favorite restaurant, followed by a community event they'd been looking forward to for weeks. They weren't expected back until after 9 p.m. I didn't mind being alone. In fact, I enjoyed the independence. The old Victorian house with its creaking floorboards and drafty corridors had always felt like a second home to me. "We'll be back around 9:30, my grandmother had said, adjusting her pearl necklace as she stood by the door. "There's leftover stew in the refrigerator. Just heat it up when you get hungry." My grandfather had added, "Remember, keep the doors locked. Call us if you need anything." I nodded, barely looking up from my phone. "I'll be fine. I have homework anyway." After they left, I locked the door behind them and went upstairs to the guest bedroom where I always stayed. The room had an old desk positioned beneath a large window that overlooked the backyard. I set up my laptop, opened my textbooks, and began working on my math assignment. The house was quiet except for the occasional groan of old pipes and the distant hum of the refrigerator. Outside, twilight gradually surrendered to darkness. I worked steadily, occasionally glancing at the time. By 8 p.m., I had finished most of my homework and decided to take a break. That's when everything changed. The first sign that something was wrong came as a subtle disruption. I was heading downstairs to get something to drink when I heard an unusual sound. Footsteps crunching on the gravel driveway outside. They were slow, deliberate, with uneven pauses between them. I froze on the middle step of the staircase, one hand on the wooden banister. The sound wasn't the quick, purposeful stride of someone walking to the front door. Rather, it seemed exploratory, as if someone was carefully examining the perimeter of the house. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded thin and weak against the pressing silence. No response came. Logic offered several innocent explanations: a neighbor's pet wandering onto the property, wildlife from the nearby woods, or perhaps just the settling of the house distorted by my overactive imagination. I had, after all, spent the previous night watching horror stories on YouTube, a habit my mother constantly criticized. "You fill your head with that nonsense, and then you wonder why you're jumping at shadows," she would say. Standing there in the dim stairwell, I tried to convince myself that my mother was right. I was letting my imagination run wild. Taking a deep breath, I continued down to the kitchen. The large windows in the kitchen offered a clear view of the side yard and part of the driveway. I carefully approached, staying close to the wall, and peered out. The security light illuminated most of the area, casting long shadows from the trees and bushes. Nothing seemed out of place. As I reached for a glass from the cabinet, I noticed something unusual. The security light flickered, dimmed for a moment, then brightened again. In that brief instant of darkness, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the yard. A shifting of shadows that didn't align with the wind-blown branches. My hand trembled slightly as I filled my glass with water. The house felt different now. The familiar corners seemed to hide unseen threats, and the comforting silence had transformed into a tense anticipation. I gulped down the water and quickly headed back upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. Back in my room, I tried to focus on homework again, but concentration eluded me. Every creak and groan of the old house now demanded my attention. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, expecting to see something that shouldn't be there. After 20 minutes of failed attempts to focus, I decided to call my grandparents. I reached for my phone but hesitated, What would I tell them? That I was scared of footsteps I might have imagined? That shadows were moving strangely? They would either worry unnecessarily or, more likely, think I was being childish. I put the phone down and turned back to my homework, determined to push through my uneasiness. That's when I noticed the window. The large bedroom window had always given me a sense of openness, connecting the cozy interior with the expansive outdoors. Now it felt like a vulnerability, a transparent barrier too easily breached. Outside, the night had fully settled in, transforming the glass into a dark mirror that reflected the dimly lit room. As I stared at my own reflection, something moved outside. At first, it was just a vague disturbance in the darkness, like a denser patch of night shifting against the background. I blinked, convinced it was an optical illusion. It wasn't. What I saw next made my heart hammer against my ribs. Standing in the yard, partially illuminated by the distant security light, was a figure. It was unnaturally tall, towering at what must have been at least 12 feet. The proportions were wrong, too elongated, too thin to be human. Its form was pitch black, absorbing rather than reflecting the meager light. I stared, frozen in place, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. The figure remained motionless, seemingly looking directly at my window. A distant part of my mind tried to rationalize. Perhaps it was just the shadow of a tree cast by passing car headlights, or some kind of optical illusion created by the yard lights and moving branches. But then it moved. The movement was unnatural. Not the fluid motion of a living thing, but a jerky, disjointed shift that reminded me of stop-motion animation. The figure tilted its head at an impossible angle, as if studying me through the window. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I simply sat there, a small, terrified 11-year-old boy witnessing something my mind couldn't process. Time stretched painfully. What was probably only a minute felt like an endless hour of terror. Then, with a motion too quick to follow, the figure dropped down and vanished from my line of sight. I heard a soft thud from the yard below, as if something heavy had landed on the ground. The spell of paralysis broke. I scrambled backward, knocking over my chair in the process. My breathing came in short, panicked gasps as I backed against the far wall, keeping my eyes fixed on the window. Nothing appeared. The yard outside remained still and empty. After several minutes of heart-pounding tension, I gathered my courage and slowly approached the window again. Pressing my face against the glass, I peered down into the yard. The security light cast long shadows across the lawn, but nothing unusual moved there. Whatever I had seen, or thought I had seen, was gone. I was about to turn away when a sound from downstairs made me freeze again. "Damos?" The voice drifted up from the ground floor, a familiar, comforting voice with a distinctive Lithuanian accent. "Damos, are you up there? We forgot our key. Can you open the door for us?" It was my grandfather's voice. Relief flooded through me, so powerful that my knees nearly buckled. My grandparents were home early. Whatever strange thing I thought I'd seen was forgotten in the rush of comfort their return brought. I was halfway to the bedroom door when realization stopped me cold. My grandparents wouldn't be back until after 9 p.m. A quick glance at my phone showed it was only 8:15, and they wouldn't have forgotten their key. My grandmother was meticulously organized about such things, always checking her purse before leaving the house. Most importantly, I distinctly remembered watching my grandfather lock the door from the inside before they left, using the deadbolt that required a key from either side. He had then pocketed the key. "Damos?" The voice called again, slightly more insistent. "Please come down. We need to get inside." The voice was perfect, the exact timbre and accent of my grandfather. But something about it raised the hairs on the back of my neck. It was too perfect, like a recording played back rather than a natural voice with the tiny imperfections of human speech. I stood frozen in the middle of the room, heart pounding. "Damos, we know you're there. Come downstairs now." The voice had changed subtly, still recognizable as my grandfather, but with an underlying tone I'd never heard from him before. Demanding, cold, with a hint of something that didn't sound human at all. I backed away from the door, moving as quietly as possible. My mind raced through possibilities, none of them good. Either someone was impersonating my grandfather with uncanny accuracy, or something was very, very wrong. The voice called once more, dropping all pretense of familiarity. "Come down now." The sound that came from downstairs no longer resembled my grandfather. It was deep, guttural, with an odd echo as if multiple voices were speaking simultaneously. The words themselves seemed to vibrate the floorboards beneath my feet. Terror gripped me completely now. Whatever was downstairs was not my grandfather. It wasn't human at all. I needed evidence. I needed help. Most of all, I needed someone to believe me when this was over. My hands shook as I reached for my backpack and pulled out my GoPro camera, a birthday present from my mother who thought it might encourage me to spend more time outdoors rather than on my computer. I had barely used it, but now I was grateful for its presence. Attaching it to the extension pole, I turned it on and made sure it was recording. The small red light blinked reassuringly, a tiny beacon of technology and rationality in a situation that made no sense. From downstairs, silence had fallen. No more calling of my name, no more demands to come down. The absence of sound was somehow more terrifying than the distorted voice had been. With the GoPro extended on its pole, I approached the bedroom door. My original plan was to open it slightly and position the camera to record the hallway and stairs, but as I reached for the doorknob, a new sound froze me in place. Something was coming up the stairs. The steps were slow, deliberate, and wrong. The rhythm irregular, as if the entity climbing them had an unusual gait or too many limbs. Each creak of the old wooden staircase marked its progress toward the second floor. I backed away from the door, GoPro still recording, and looked desperately around the room for an escape route. The window was the only option, but jumping from the second floor risked serious injury. Besides, whatever I had seen outside might still be there. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and paused. Then, slowly, they began moving down the hallway toward my room. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but a strange clarity cut through the fear. If this was real, if some unknown entity was actually in my grandparents' house, I needed to document it. Not just for others to believe me, but to confirm to myself later that I hadn't imagined it all. I positioned myself in the corner farthest from the door, GoPro extended in front of me, and waited. The footsteps stopped outside my door. The hallway light, which I had left on earlier, suddenly went out, plunging the space beneath the door into darkness. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, silently. I held my breath, camera aimed steadily at the door despite my trembling arms. The door opened a crack, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. Then, gradually, it swung wider. The hallway should have been visible, but instead, there was only an impenetrable blackness that seemed to absorb the light from my bedroom. Something moved in that darkness. I couldn't see it clearly, just a shifting, a redistribution of the shadows that suggested massive size and unnatural shape. The GoPro's small screen showed only static when pointed at the doorway, as if the technology itself couldn't process what was there. Then a long, impossibly thin appendage extended from the darkness into my room. Not a human arm, but something that resembled a branch or tentacle, matte black and jointed in too many places. It reached directly for the camera. What happened next occurred with terrifying speed. The appendage wrapped around the GoPro and yanked with tremendous force. The extension pole nearly pulled out of my grasp, but pure terror gave me strength I didn't know I possessed. I held on, pulling back with every ounce of my 36-kilogram frame. A strange, high-pitched sound emanated from the darkness. Not quite a shriek, not quite static, but something in between that hurt my ears and made my vision blur momentarily. The thing in the doorway pulled harder, dragging me forward across the wooden floor toward the open door. "No!" I screamed, bracing my feet against the floor. "Let go!" My voice seemed to have an unexpected effect. The pulling stopped for a split second, as if my human voice had startled the entity. In that brief moment of hesitation, I yanked back with all my might, twisting the pole to break its grip. The GoPro came free suddenly, sending me stumbling backward against the desk. The camera was intact, still recording, though the extension pole was deformed where the thing had gripped it, the plastic warped as if exposed to intense heat. In the doorway, the darkness seemed to contract, pulling back from the room. The appendage withdrew, and for a fleeting moment, I glimpsed something in the hallway. A towering silhouette that defied normal human proportions, its head nearly touching the ceiling, limbs too numerous and too long. Then it was gone. The hallway light flickered back on, revealing nothing but the empty corridor. The normal sounds of the house returned. The hum of the refrigerator downstairs, the ticking of the old grandfather clock in the hallway, the faint whisper of the heating system. I remained pressed against the desk, GoPro clutched to my chest, for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Every muscle in my body trembled from adrenaline and exertion. When nothing further happened, I finally gathered the courage to move. Keeping the camera pointed at the doorway, I sidled along the wall until I reached the landline phone on the nightstand. Without taking my eyes off the door, I dialed 911. "Emergency services, what's your situation?" The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional, and wonderfully normal. "There's someone, or something, in my grandparents' house," I whispered. "I'm alone and scared. Please, send help." I gave the address and answered the dispatcher's questions as best I could, though I avoided describing exactly what I had seen. I knew it would sound crazy, that they might not take me seriously if I mentioned impossible heights and too many limbs. "Stay on the line with me, Damos," the dispatcher said. "Officers are on their way. They should be there in about 10 minutes. Is there somewhere safe you can hide until they arrive?" I glanced at the closet, then at the still open bedroom door. "I don't think so. It knows where I am." "Who knows where you are, Damos? Can you see the intruder?" I swallowed hard. "Not anymore. But it was just here. It tried to take my camera." "Officers are coming, Damos. Just stay calm and stay on the line." I clutched the phone like a lifeline, keeping my eyes fixed on the doorway and the GoPro ready in my other hand. The next 10 minutes were the longest of my life. The sound of sirens in the distance was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. The high-pitched wail grew gradually louder, announcing the approach of help, of rational adults who would make sense of what had happened. "The police are almost there, Damos," the dispatcher said. "Can you hear the sirens?" "Yes," I whispered, relief making my voice shake. "I can hear them." "When they arrive, I want you to stay where you are until the officers call out to you. They'll identify themselves as police. Don't come down until they do, okay?" "Okay." I heard the police cruisers pull into the driveway, car doors slamming, and the crackle of radios. Flashlight beams swept across the yard, visible through my window. The blue and red lights from the police cars created a rhythmic pattern on the bedroom ceiling, strangely comforting in their normality and human origin. "Police! Anyone in the house, identify yourself!" a strong male voice called from downstairs. "I'm upstairs," I shouted, my voice cracking. "Second floor, first bedroom on the right." Heavy footsteps pounded up the stairs, regular human footsteps with the accompanying jangling of equipment. 2 officers appeared in the doorway, flashlights sweeping the room before settling on me, huddled in the corner with the phone and camera. "Are you Damos?" one of the officers asked, holstering his weapon. I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. The officers conducted a thorough search of the house, room by room, closet by closet. They found no signs of an intruder, no evidence of forced entry. The doors and windows were all locked from the inside, just as my grandparents had left them. "Did you see who was in the house?" the first officer asked me once they had concluded their search. "Not clearly," I said, which wasn't exactly a lie. "It was dark, but I got some of it on my camera." I handed over the GoPro, and the officer rewound the footage to view it on the small screen. His expression remained neutral as he watched, but I could tell something was wrong by the way his eyebrows drew together. "What is it?" I asked. He turned the screen toward me. "The footage is corrupted. There's just static during the time you said the intruder was here." I stared at the screen in disbelief. The video showed me setting up the camera, pointing it at the door, and then nothing but snow and distortion until several minutes later, when it cleared to show me on the phone with the dispatcher. "That's not possible," I whispered. "I recorded it. I saw it on the screen." The officer gave me a sympathetic look. "Technology isn't always reliable, son, especially in high-stress situations." Despite the lack of evidence, the officers took my statement seriously. One of them stayed with me while the other continued to patrol the property. They called my grandparents, who immediately left their event to rush home. By the time my grandparents arrived, pale-faced and worried, I had calmed down enough to tell a more rational version of events. I described hearing unusual noises and seeing a shadow outside that frightened me. I mentioned the voice that sounded like my grandfather, but avoided describing the impossible height. or the strange appendage that had grabbed my camera. The police conducted a final sweep of the property before leaving, promising to patrol the area throughout the night. The officer who had viewed my footage gave me his card. "If you remember anything else or notice anything unusual, call me directly," he said quietly when my grandparents weren't listening. There was something in his eyes, not quite belief, but not dismissal either. He had seen something in that corrupted footage, something he wasn't acknowledging officially. The weeks following the incident passed in a blur of nightmares and whispered conversations. My grandparents, though they never said they believed my full account, were deeply disturbed by what had happened. They installed additional security lights, upgraded the locks, and never again left me alone in the house. But the measures weren't enough. Within 3 months, they had put the house on the market. When no buyers showed interest, they simply moved out, relocating to a modern apartment closer to town. The old Victorian house stands empty now, gradually deteriorating as seasons pass. Sometimes I drive by with my mother, now that I'm older. The sight of the boarded-up windows and overgrown yard fills me with a complicated mix of emotions, nostalgia for the happy times spent there before that night, and a persistent dread that has never fully dissipated. I still have the GoPro, though I rarely use it. The footage from that night remains on the memory card, unwatched for years. The extension pole still bears the strange deformations where something gripped it, the only physical evidence that what happened was real. The police officer who gave me his card called once, about a week after the incident. He asked strange questions about the house's history, about whether my grandparents had experienced anything unusual during their years there. When I asked if he had found something in the corrupted footage, he hesitated before answering. "There was something," he said finally. "Probably just digital artifacts, distortion from the camera's processor. But it looked..." He never finished the sentence. I've researched extensively since then, trying to find rational explanations for what I experienced. The human mind is extraordinarily good at creating patterns from random stimuli, at transforming shadows into threats when primed by fear. Perhaps that's all it was. An 11-year-old boy with an imagination overstimulated by horror stories, alone in an old house full of normal creaks and shadows. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the house settles around me, I remember the perfect imitation of my grandfather's voice calling my name and the impossible silhouette in the hallway. I remember the strength with which it pulled on the camera and the way the footage corrupted precisely during the encounter. The old Victorian house remains empty. No one has lived there since my grandparents moved out. Local teenagers occasionally dare each other to approach it at night, but none have ever broken in. Something about the place repels even the most courageous thrill seekers. I drive by sometimes, always in daylight. From the safety of my car, I study the darkened windows and wonder what might still reside within those walls. I wonder if it's confined to that location, or if, someday, I might hear that perfect imitation of a loved one's voice calling my name from the shadows. I still don't know what I encountered that night, whether it was something supernatural or simply the product of an overactive imagination combined with ordinary but misinterpreted events. What I do know is that true fear isn't about jump scares or gore. It's about the moment when reality shifts slightly, when something impossible intrudes into the normal world, and you realize how fragile our understanding of existence truly is. That's the kind of fear that never really leaves you. It just waits, patient as the darkness, for moments when your guard is down. Patapsco State Park used to be one of my favorite places in the entire world. I grew up just outside of Baltimore in a place called Woodlawn, a suburban community with tree-lined streets and brick homes that masked the darker undercurrents flowing beneath its surface. Some might recognize Woodlawn, though not for reasons anyone would hope for. I attended Woodlawn High School, the same institution made infamous by the podcast Serial. That podcast, likely the first major true crime production to capture national attention, chronicled the case of Adnan Syed, who was convicted of murdering his girlfriend. That story cast a long shadow over our community. Baltimore's reputation had already suffered heavily after The Wire aired during my final year of middle school. I spent countless hours defending both my hometown and county in online gaming lobbies and social gatherings. people would hear Baltimore and immediately think of crime scenes and drug corners rather than the inner harbor or our world-class aquarium. But I knew a different side to this place. The hidden gems like Patapsco with its winding trails, dense forests, and peaceful riverside spots where time seemed to slow. Growing up, my father would take me camping at Patapsco almost monthly from April through October. We'd pack our gear on Friday afternoons and spend weekends hiking, fishing, and telling stories around the campfire. Those memories formed the foundation of my identity. The scent of pine needles crushed underfoot, the gentle babble of the river over smooth stones, the call of whippoorwills at dusk. By 17, I knew every trail, fishing spot, and secluded clearing in that park. After my father passed away in 2011 from a sudden heart attack, Patapsco became my sanctuary. When grief threatened to pull me under, I'd drive out there alone and hike until exhaustion overtook the pain. The familiar paths felt like conversations with him, each bend in the trail a memory we'd shared. The summer of 2014 marked my second year in community college. I was 21, working part-time at a local hardware store and dating Josephine, Joey to everyone who knew her. We'd been together for almost 8 months, and I was eager to share my special place with her. Joey had moved to Maryland from Michigan just a year earlier and hadn't explored much beyond Baltimore City and the local malls. She was artistic, always carrying her camera to capture moments others might miss. The pattern of light through leaves, the geometric precision of spider webs glistening with morning dew. "You'll love this place," I promised her one evening in early June as we sat on her apartment balcony watching the sunset. "It's like stepping into another world, but it's been here all along." Joey smiled, twirling a strand of her copper hair around her finger. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go this weekend." I couldn't have known then that introducing her to Patapsco would forever change both our lives, transforming my sanctuary into a place I would never willingly visit again. Some memories can't be outrun, no matter how far you travel from their source. Some sounds never fade, no matter how many years pass trying to forget them. The morning we set out for Patapsco dawned clear and warm. June 14th, 2014, a date seared into my memory through traumatic repetition. I woke early, excitement pulsing through me as I packed the last essentials: a small propane stove, 2 sleeping bags, a cooler of food and drinks, and Joey's favorite snacks. I'd planned everything meticulously, determined to make this overnight trip perfect. By 8 o'clock, I had loaded everything into my weathered Honda Civic, its trunk and back seat crammed with camping gear. As I pulled into Joey's apartment complex, I spotted her waiting on the steps, a canvas bag slung over her shoulder, her camera hanging around her neck. She wore hiking boots, cut-off shorts, and a lightweight green button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled to her elbows. "Someone's prepared," I commented as she slid into the passenger seat, leaning over to kiss me. "I've been researching," she said, patting her bag. "I printed trail maps and read about the park's history. Did you know some parts of it were developed by the Civilian Conservation Corps during the Great Depression?" I laughed. "Leave it to you to know more about my favorite place than I do after one night of research." We drove with the windows down, warm air rushing through the car as Joey connected her phone to the stereo. The indie folk music she loved provided the soundtrack to our journey, her voice occasionally joining the chorus as she drummed her fingers against her thigh. "So what's this secret spot you keep talking about?" she asked during a lull between songs. I adjusted my grip on the steering wheel. "It's this stretch of trail between the river and the train tracks. Most people stick to the official paths, but I found this place years ago with my dad. The trees form this natural canopy, and light filters through in these amazing patterns. The ground is carpeted with moss in some spots, and there's this massive fallen oak that creates a natural bridge halfway across the river." "Sounds magical," Joey said, her eyes brightening with anticipation. "That's not even the best part," I continued. "Because it's off the beaten path, we probably won't see another soul all day. It's like having your own private wilderness." We arrived at the Orange Grove area of the park just before 10. The parking lot was half full, typical for a summer Saturday. Families unloaded coolers and picnic baskets, heading toward the designated areas near the river's edge. I drove past them to the campground entrance, where I showed my reservation confirmation to the park ranger stationed in the small wooden booth. "Site 37, he said, handing me a map with our location circled. "Follow the loop road all the way around. You'll see the marker. Remember, quiet hours start at 10 p.m. We thanked him and proceeded slowly along the gravel road that wound through the campground. Site 37 was one of the more secluded spots, nestled against a rise in the terrain with thick woods behind it and no immediate neighbors. I had reserved it specifically for that privacy. "This is perfect," Joey said as we parked and began unloading our gear. Setting up camp was quick work with 2 people. We pitched the tent, arranged the sleeping bags inside, organized the cooking gear on the wooden picnic table, and secured our food in the metal storage box provided to deter wildlife. By 11:30, we were ready for our hike. "Should I bring my camera?" Joey asked, hesitating at the tent entrance. "Definitely," I nodded. "The lighting on the river around midday is incredible." If I had known what that camera would capture, what images would haunt us both in the months and years to come, I would have told her to leave it behind. Some moments aren't meant to be preserved. Some memories fight harder to be forgotten when they've been frozen in pixels. We left our campsite around noon, following the main trail for about half a mile before I led Joey toward a barely visible break in the underbrush. The unofficial path descended steeply toward the river, requiring us to grab onto saplings and exposed roots for balance. "You sure this is safe?" Joey asked, as she navigated a particularly steep section, small pebbles cascading down beneath her boots. "I've done it 100 times, I assured her, reaching back to offer my hand. "It gets easier once we're closer to the water." The air grew noticeably cooler as we reached the bottom of the ravine where the Patapsco River flowed. Sunlight penetrated the dense canopy in scattered beams, creating spotlight effects on the forest floor. Joey immediately began photographing. The patterns of light, the texture of tree bark, the current swirling around partially submerged rocks. "Look." I pointed toward the opposite bank where a great blue heron stood motionless, watching the water for fish. Joey slowly raised her camera, capturing the bird's elegant silhouette before it sensed our presence and took flight, wings spreading majestically against the backdrop of green. "This is even better than you described," she whispered, as if normal volume might somehow break the spell of the place. We continued walking alongside the river, staying on the narrow strip of land between the water and the steep embankment that led up to the train tracks above. The path required single-file travel in most spots, with Joey following closely behind me. The only sounds were our footsteps on the soft earth, the steady flow of the river, and occasional birdsong from the canopy overhead. After about 15 minutes, we reached my favorite section, a wider area where the riverbank flattened out, creating a natural clearing furnished with smooth, flat rocks perfect for sitting. The fallen oak I had mentioned stretched about 2/3 of the way across the river, its massive trunk bleached silver gray by years of exposure. "It's like something from a painting," Joey said, moving toward the water's edge to capture the scene. I spread a small blanket on one of the larger rocks and unpacked the sandwiches and drinks I'd brought in my backpack. The summer heat was tempered by the shade and the coolness rising from the water. We ate in comfortable silence, occasionally commenting on a distinctive bird call or the changing patterns of sunlight as clouds drifted overhead. After lunch, Joey kicked off her boots and waded ankle-deep into the river, camera held safely above the water as she photographed the smooth stones beneath the surface. I watched her from the bank, content in seeing her enjoy this place that had meant so much to me for so long. We had been at the river for about an hour when we first heard voices carrying across the water. Initially indistinct, they seemed to be coming from somewhere upstream on the opposite bank, obscured by the dense vegetation. "Sounds like someone's hiking on the other side," I remarked, not particularly concerned. Though my spot was secluded, it wasn't entirely unknown. Joey returned to the shore, water droplets glistening on her calves as she slipped her boots back on. "Maybe they'll just pass by," she said, but something in her expression had changed, an alertness that hadn't been there moments before. The voices grew louder, more distinct. 2 men, possibly 3, their tones sharp with tension that carried clearly across the water even when their words couldn't be made out. Joey and I exchanged glances, both sensing that something wasn't right. "Should we head back?" she whispered. Before I could answer, the voices escalated into shouting, harsh, threatening words now clearly audible. "Where's the rest of it? You think we're stupid?" I swear that's all there was. Wrong answer. The sudden violent rustling of undergrowth made us freeze in place. Through a gap in the foliage across the river, we caught a glimpse of movement. Someone crashing through the bushes. A man in a gray hoodie burst into view, stumbling down the embankment toward the water. He appeared disoriented, desperate, glancing back over his shoulder as he splashed into the shallow edge of the river. Joey instinctively raised her camera, the automatic response of a photographer witnessing something significant. The shutter clicked softly, capturing frames in rapid succession. The man, mid-30s perhaps, with a day's growth of beard and wild eyes, made it about 3 steps into the water before his foot caught on something beneath the surface. He pitched forward, landing hard in the shallows with a splash that seemed impossibly loud in the sudden silence that followed. Time compressed into a series of crystal-clear moments. The man struggling to his feet, water streaming from his clothes. His terrified glance toward the bushes he'd emerged from. His half-turn back toward the opposite bank. "No, please, no!" His voice carried across the water with perfect clarity. The gunshots that followed were nothing like what you hear in movies. Not deep, resonant booms, but sharp, flat cracks that echoed off the water and surrounding hills. 3 in rapid succession. The man's body jerked with each impact, his arms flung outward as if in a grotesque parody of an embrace. Then he fell backward, collapsing into the river where the clear water began immediately turning crimson around him. Joey's camera continued capturing every moment, her finger seemingly frozen on the shutter button. I grabbed her arm, yanking her backward toward the trail we'd come from. For one terrible second, she resisted, her photographer's instinct still compelling her to document what was happening. "We have to go," I hissed, finally breaking her trance. "Now!" We turned and ran, the sound of our panicked flight seeming thunderous against the sudden, deathly quiet that had fallen over the river. Running on the narrow riverbank path was treacherous. Roots and rocks threatened to trip us with every step, and the soft earth at the water's edge occasionally gave way beneath our feet. I stayed behind Joey, my body positioned between her and the river, between her and whoever might be on the other side. My mind raced faster than my feet could carry me. Had the shooter seen us? Would they cross the river to eliminate witnesses? The width of the Patapsco suddenly seemed insignificant. Merely 15 yards of flowing water that would pose little obstacle to someone determined to silence us. The train tracks above represented our most direct route back to civilization, but reaching them meant climbing the steep embankment, a slow, exposed ascent that would make us perfect targets. The riverside path, while longer, offered more cover from the dense vegetation. "Keep going," I gasped, my hand occasionally touching Joey's back to guide her forward when the path narrowed or curved. "Don't stop." We hadn't heard any splashing to indicate pursuit, but fear distorted my senses. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps, every breaking twig like someone taking aim. Joey maintained a remarkable composure, her breathing controlled despite our pace, her footfalls deliberate and sure. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only 5 minutes of sustained running, we reached a point where a fallen tree created a natural staircase up the embankment. Without discussion, we both veered toward it, instinctively understanding that putting distance between ourselves and the river now outweighed the risk of the climb. The ascent was brutal. Loose soil gave way under our hands and feet, sending cascades of dirt and pebbles down toward the water. Exposed roots provided crucial handholds, but some pulled free from the earth when gripped too forcefully. My jeans tore at the knee when I slipped halfway up, a sharp rock slicing through fabric and skin. The stinging pain barely registered through the adrenaline. Joey reached the top first, immediately dropping flat against the gravel beside the railroad tracks to present a smaller target. I crawled up beside her seconds later, my lungs burning with exertion and fear. "Do you see anyone?" she whispered, her face pressed against the rough stones. I raised my head just enough to scan the area. The tracks stretched in both directions like parallel silver ribbons, empty and silent. Beyond them, the main park trail was visible through the trees, with occasional flashes of color indicating hikers going about their day, blissfully unaware of what had transpired by the river. "No one," I confirmed, "but we need to keep moving." We crossed the tracks and pushed through the underbrush toward the main trail, our emergence startling an older couple who were walking their dog. They gave us strange looks, no doubt taking in our disheveled appearance, wide eyes, and my bleeding knee. "Are you folks okay?" the man asked, his hand instinctively tightening on his dog's leash. "There's been an accident," I said, the words tumbling out before I could think. By the river, a man was shot. We need to call 911. The woman's hand flew to her mouth. Shot? Like with a gun? Joey nodded, finally finding her voice. We saw it happen. He was running from someone and they shot him when he was in the water. The man immediately pulled out his cell phone, but shook his head after checking the screen. No service. But there's a ranger station about a quarter-mile up this trail. We thanked them and continued at a fast walk, now aware that running would only draw more attention. Joey gripped my hand so tightly her knuckles whitened, her camera bouncing against her chest with each step. I noticed she was shaking, fine tremors running through her body despite the warm day. The ranger station was a small wooden structure with a green metal roof and the Maryland Park Service logo displayed prominently on the door. Inside, a uniformed ranger looked up from her desk, her expression quickly shifting from welcome to concern as she took in our appearance. What happened? She asked, already reaching for her radio. We were hiking by the river, I began, suddenly finding it difficult to form coherent sentences. Between the water and the train tracks. There were men on the other side. They were arguing. One tried to run away and the other shot him. Shot him. The ranger was fully alert now. You witnessed this? Joey nodded, her voice steadier than mine. 3 shots. He fell into the river. The water around him turned red. The ranger immediately called in the incident on her radio, speaking in terse, efficient code that I couldn't entirely follow. She then instructed us to sit on the bench against the wall while she called the police. As we waited, the full impact of what we'd witnessed began to settle over us. Joey leaned against me, her body still trembling slightly. I took pictures, she whispered, looking down at her camera with a mixture of horror and disbelief. I photographed someone being murdered. The Baltimore County Police arrived within 20 minutes. 2 patrol cars with flashing lights but no sirens, parking at odd angles outside the ranger station. 4 officers entered, their expressions grim and professional as they separated Joey and me for our statements. The detective who interviewed me was a woman in her 40s named Detective Wright, with short, gray-streaked hair and eyes that seemed to catalog every detail of my appearance. She led me to a picnic table outside, positioning us so that park visitors couldn't easily overhear. I need you to walk me through exactly what happened, she said, notebook open, pen poised. Every detail you can remember, no matter how small it might seem. I recounted everything. Our arrival at the park, the hike to the secluded spot, the voices we heard, the man bursting through the undergrowth, the shots that followed. Detective Wright wrote rapidly, occasionally stopping me to clarify specific points, the exact time, descriptions of anyone I glimpsed besides the victim, the precise location. And you didn't see the shooter clearly? She pressed. No, I admitted. Just movement in the bushes where the shots came from. It happened so fast. But your girlfriend was taking pictures? I nodded. She had her camera out when it happened. I think she kept shooting on instinct, even after the man was in the water. Detective Wright's expression sharpened. Those photos could be crucial evidence. We'll need to take her camera. When we returned inside, I found Joey sitting with another detective, her camera already bagged as evidence. She looked up as I entered, her face pale but composed. The ranger had given her a cup of water, which she held between both hands as if trying to absorb its warmth despite the summer heat. We'll need you both to come to the precinct to complete your statements, Detective Wright informed us. We're organizing a team to recover the body and search the scene, but I want you well away from here before that begins. As we walked to the patrol car that would transport us, an officer appeared from the trail leading toward the river, radio in hand. Detective, CSU is requesting your presence at the scene. Detective Wright nodded. Stay with these 2, she instructed the officer beside us. I'll be back shortly. We waited in awkward silence beside the patrol car, the officer maintaining a respectful distance while keeping us clearly in view. Park visitors stared curiously as they passed, no doubt wondering what crime could have prompted such a police presence in this peaceful setting. They have my camera, Joey said quietly. All those images. I squeezed her hand. You might have captured something that could help them identify who did this. She nodded, but her expression remained troubled. I keep seeing it happen. Every time I close my eyes, I see him falling back into the water. Before I could respond, Detective Wright returned, her expression even more serious than before. She spoke briefly with the officer assigned to us, then approached. We've examined the scene, she said. There's blood in the water and signs of a struggle on the bank, consistent with your description of events. I waited for her to continue, expecting confirmation that they'd found the victim's body. However, she continued, meeting my gaze directly, there's no body in the river or on either bank within a quarter-mile of the location you described. That's impossible, Joey blurted out. We saw him fall. He was shot 3 times, right in the chest. Detective Wright nodded. I believe you saw something traumatic. But without a body, we're dealing with a different kind of investigation. The photos from your camera will help clarify exactly what happened. The implication hung in the air, unspoken but clear. Without a body, they couldn't be certain a murder had actually occurred. The drive to the precinct passed in stunned silence. Joey stared out the window, her reflection in the glass showing eyes wide with confusion and lingering fear. I replayed the scene in my mind, questioning my own perception. Had the man somehow survived? Had accomplices retrieved his body while we fled? Or worse, had the shooters discovered that there were witnesses and removed the evidence of their crime? The Baltimore County Police Headquarters was a sprawling brick complex surrounded by carefully maintained landscaping that seemed at odds with the grim business conducted inside. We were escorted to separate interview rooms, where our formal statements were taken, recorded, and transcribed. The process took hours, with different officers returning to clarify points or press for additional details. By evening, a weary-looking Detective Wright informed us that we were free to go, but should remain available for further questioning. We've downloaded the images from the camera, she said, returning it to Joey in an evidence bag. You'll find they're still on your memory card, but please don't share them with anyone, including media. This is an active investigation. Did you find anything? I asked. In the pictures, I mean. Detective Wright hesitated, her professional demeanor briefly giving way to something that looked like genuine puzzlement. The images show exactly what you described. A man in the river, apparent gunshots, but still no body, despite an extensive search. She handed me her card. Call me directly if you remember anything else or if anyone contacts you about what you witnessed. Joey's parents arrived to drive us home, having been called when the police realized how shaken we both were. Our camping gear would remain at Patapsco until we could arrange to retrieve it, something neither of us was eager to do. As we left the precinct, the evening news was just beginning on the lobby television. The top story: police investigating possible shooting at Patapsco State Park. No victims identified at this time. No victims. As if what we had seen had never happened at all. The weeks following what we came to call the incident passed in a surreal haze. Joey and I spoke daily, our conversations inevitably circling back to what we had witnessed and the strange absence of a body or any news reports about an identified victim. Detective Wright called twice during the first week, once to inform us that they had recovered bullet casings from the opposite bank of the river, confirming that shots had indeed been fired, and again to ask if we had remembered any additional details that might help identify the victim or shooters. It's as if he never existed, Joey said during one of our late-night phone calls, her voice hollow with exhaustion. She hadn't been sleeping well, neither of us had. How can someone be shot in broad daylight and just disappear? I had no answers, only theories that grew increasingly darker. Perhaps the man had been involved in something so dangerous that even the authorities were hesitant to pursue it fully. Perhaps the body had been found downstream, but was being kept quiet for investigative reasons. Or perhaps, most disturbingly, whoever had fired those shots possessed enough influence to make both evidence and investigations disappear. Sleep became my enemy. When exhaustion finally pulled me under, the scene by the river replayed with horrific clarity. Only in my dreams, the shooter sometimes turned toward us after the man fell, raising the gun in our direction. I would wake gasping, sheets twisted around my legs, the sound of phantom gunshots still echoing in my ears. Joey admitted to similar nightmares, with an additional disturbing element. In my dreams, I look at the camera screen afterward, she told me, voice barely above a whisper. And the images show nothing. No man, no blood in the water. Just the empty river, as if I imagined the whole thing. We tried to resume our normal routines. I returned to my summer classes and shifts at the hardware store. Joey continued her photography internship at a local studio, but normalcy felt like a thin veneer over a reality that had fundamentally shifted. Ordinary activities, driving past a police car, hearing a car backfire, seeing someone run suddenly, would trigger instant panic responses that left me shaking and nauseous. 2 weeks after the incident, Joey received an official police letter informing her that she could delete the photos from her camera if she wished, as they had been securely stored as evidence. She called me immediately. "I can't bring myself to look at them," she said, "but I can't delete them either. It feels like erasing the truth somehow." "I'll come over," I offered. "We can decide together." Joey's apartment was a small studio near the community college, decorated with her photographs and vintage movie posters. When I arrived, she had already connected her camera to her laptop but hadn't opened the files. "I've been sitting here for an hour," she admitted, just staring at the folder icon. We sat side by side on her futon, the laptop balanced between us. With a deep breath, she clicked open the folder containing the images from that day. The first several dozen photos were exactly what I expected. Beautiful shots of the park, the river, wildlife, and a few of me setting up our campsite. Then came the images from the river. Joey sorting through them methodically, her photographer's eye assessing each frame despite the subject matter. "There," she said suddenly, stopping on an image that showed the man in mid-fall after the first shot. The quality was remarkable, every detail crystal clear despite the distance. The man's expression of shock and pain, the small dark spots on his gray hoodie where bullets had penetrated, the spray of water around him as he fell backward. "Go forward," I said, my mouth dry. The next several frames showed his body hitting the water, the impact sending ripples across the river's surface. Then, most disturbingly, the spreading stain of red as blood clouded the water around him. "These prove we didn't imagine it," Joey said, her voice tight. He was real. He was shot. He was bleeding in the river. "Why can't they find him?" I asked, the question that had haunted us both for weeks. Joey continued scrolling through the images, her movements mechanical now. The final shots, taken as we fled, were blurred with motion but still showed the river, and something I hadn't noticed in the moment. "Wait," I said. "Go back one." She clicked to the previous image. It was taken looking back toward the scene, presumably as Joey had glanced over her shoulder while running. The quality was poor compared to her earlier work, the frame tilted at an odd angle, but visible at the edge of the frame was the river, and what appeared to be someone wading into the water from the opposite bank. "There was someone else," I said, leaning closer to the screen. "Someone coming for him after we left." Joey enhanced the image, the pixelation increasing but the shapes becoming more distinct. A figure in dark clothing, halfway across the river, moving toward where the man had fallen. "They retrieved the body," she whispered. "While we were running away, they crossed over and took him." The realization should have provided some closure, some explanation for the mystery that had consumed us. Instead, it opened new, more terrifying possibilities. If the shooters had been methodical enough to remove evidence of their crime within minutes, what else were they capable of? And if they had been thorough enough to take the body, had they also been aware that there were witnesses? Joey saved the enhanced image to a separate folder and closed her laptop. "I should send this to Detective Wright." I nodded, but an uneasy feeling had settled over me. A sense that we were still missing something crucial, that there were layers to what we had witnessed that remained hidden from view. That night, I dreamed of the river again. But this time, as the man fell backward into the water, he looked directly at me across the impossible distance, his eyes locking with mine in a moment of terrible recognition. In the dream, I knew him. Not from any previous meeting, but with the irrational certainty that dreams can impose. And I knew, with that same certainty, that he had not been the intended target that day. I woke at 3 a.m, sweat-soaked and trembling, unable to shake the feeling that something fundamental had changed. That by witnessing what we had, Joey and I had unknowingly stepped into a current far more dangerous than the Patapsco's gentle flow. July faded into August, and the formal investigation into what we had witnessed seemed to stall. Detective Wright stopped calling, and my attempts to reach her were met with brief, professional responses that revealed little. The case remained open. They were pursuing leads. We would be contacted if any significant developments occurred. The lack of resolution gnawed at me. I found myself obsessively checking local news sites for any mention of missing persons or unidentified bodies discovered in the Baltimore area. Joey did the same, her internship supervisor noticing her distraction and decreased productivity. He asked if I was having personal problems. She told me over coffee at a small shop near her apartment. I didn't know whether to laugh or scream. How do you explain to someone that you can't focus on wedding photography because you keep seeing a man being murdered every time you look through a viewfinder? We had both changed in subtle but significant ways. Joey had stopped carrying her camera everywhere, the hobby that had once defined her now tainted by association. I found myself avoiding wooded areas entirely, making excuses when friends suggested hikes or outdoor activities. The ranger station had returned our camping gear, but it remained untouched in my closet, a physical reminder of a day I desperately wanted to forget. In late August, about 10 weeks after the incident, I received a text from Detective Wright asking me to call her at my earliest convenience. My heart raced as I dialed her number, hoping for closure but dreading what information might provide it. "We've identified the individual you witnessed at the river," she said without preamble when she answered. I sank onto my bed, knees suddenly weak. Who was he? His name was Vincent Morris, 37 years old, resident of Ellicott City. He was reported missing by his employer when he failed to show up for work on June 16th, 2 days after the incident you witnessed. "You found his body?" I asked, already knowing the answer from her use of past tense. "No," she admitted. "But based on your testimony, the photographs, and our investigation into Morris's background and associates, we're proceeding on the assumption that he is deceased." What was he involved in? The question had haunted me for weeks. What could make someone a target for such a public execution? Detective Wright paused, and I could almost hear her weighing how much to reveal. Morris worked as an accountant for several local businesses. We believe he may have discovered financial irregularities connected to one of his clients, a client with significant ties to organized crime in the Baltimore area. The clinical phrasing did little to mask the implication. We had witnessed a mob hit, the elimination of someone who knew too much. "Are the people who did this still out there?" I asked, the question that had kept me checking the locks on my doors and windows each night. "We have persons of interest," she replied carefully. "But without a body, building a case is challenging. That's actually why I'm calling. We'd like you and Josephine to come in tomorrow to review some photographs, see if you can identify anyone you might have glimpsed that day." I agreed, then immediately called Joey to relay the information. She was silent for so long after I finished that I checked to make sure the call hadn't dropped. "They want us to identify potential murderers," she finally said, her voice flat. "People connected to organized crime in Baltimore." "We won't be in any danger," I assured her, with more confidence than I felt. "The police will protect us." "Like they protected Vincent Morris?" The bitterness in her voice was unlike her. "They don't even have his body, Michael. These people made him disappear." Despite her reservations, Joey agreed to accompany me to the police station the following day. The photo lineup consisted of 6 men, all with similar builds and features displayed on a computer screen. Neither of us could make a positive identification. The shooter had remained hidden in the foliage, and the figure wading into the river in Joey's final photograph had been too distant and blurred to distinguish clear features. As we left the station, Detective Wright walked us to our car, her expression troubled. "I should inform you both that this case may not proceed to prosecution," she said quietly. "Without a body or a positive identification of the perpetrators, the district attorney is unlikely to move forward." "So they get away with it," Joey said. Not a question, but a statement of defeated acceptance. "For now," Detective Wright amended. "But cases like this don't always end here. People talk, loyalties shift. Sometimes evidence emerges years later." She handed us each a business card with her personal cell number handwritten on the back. "If you ever feel unsafe or remember anything else, call me directly, day or night." The implication of her concern wasn't lost on either of us. As we drove away, Joey stared out the window at the passing Baltimore streets, her profile sharp against the afternoon light. "We need to talk about what happens next," she said eventually. "What do you mean?" "I've been offered a transfer to our company's Chicago office," she said, still not looking at me. "I was going to turn it down, but now I'm thinking I should take it." The words hit me like a physical blow. "You're leaving because of what happened?" "Not just that," she sighed, finally turning to face me. But yes, partly that. I can't sleep. I can't work. I jump at every sudden noise. And now knowing that the people who did this are connected to organized crime and are still out there somewhere. I understand, I said, though the prospect of her leaving created a hollow ache in my chest. Come with me, she said suddenly. Apply for a transfer to a college in Chicago. We could start fresh somewhere new, somewhere without these memories. For a moment, I allowed myself to imagine it. A new city, new surroundings, distance from the shadow that had fallen over us that June day. But something held me back. Some sense that running away wouldn't erase what we had seen, only relocate the nightmares to a different setting. I need to think about it, I told her, reaching for her hand across the center console. It's a big decision. She nodded, but I could see in her eyes that she had already made hers. 2 weeks later, I helped Joey pack her belongings into a U-Haul trailer attached to her car. We promised to stay in touch, to visit, to make the long-distance relationship work. But as I watched her drive away, I felt a finality to our parting that transcended the physical distance about to separate us. That night, alone in my apartment, I dreamed of the river again. But this time, as Vincent Morris fell backward into the water, his eyes met mine with perfect clarity across the distance. And in that moment before the river claimed him, his lips formed words I couldn't hear, but somehow understood. They know you saw. I woke up drenched in sweat, the certainty of the dream message lingering even as rational thought returned. It was just a nightmare, I told myself. Just my subconscious processing fear and loss. But when I checked my phone, I found a text from an unknown number sent at 2:14 a.m., containing only a photograph, a grainy image of Joey and me sitting on the rocks by the river that day, clearly taken from the opposite bank. We had been watched before we ever saw them, and now they were watching still. I left Baltimore 3 days after receiving that photograph, driving through the night toward Chicago with nothing but essential belongings hastily packed into my Honda. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. Not my mother, not my classmates, not even Detective Wright. The only person who knew was Joey, who had immediately offered her couch until I could find a place of my own. The 12-hour drive gave me ample time to second-guess my decision. Was I overreacting to what might have been a cruel prank? Or was I not reacting strongly enough to what was clearly a threat? The rational part of my mind argued that if whoever sent that photo meant me harm, they had already had plenty of opportunities. The part of me that had watched a man die in the Patapsco River countered that perhaps they were simply biding their time, establishing a pattern of fear before acting. Joey met me at her new apartment in Rogers Park, a neighborhood on Chicago's far north side. She looked different somehow, her hair shorter, her movements more contained, as if she had condensed herself into a smaller target. "Have you received any strange messages?" I asked after bringing in the last of my bags. She shook her head. "Nothing, but I changed my number when I moved, and I'm not on social media anymore." I showed her the photograph I'd received. She stared at it for a long moment, her face paling slightly. "We need to tell Detective Wright," she said. "I will," I promised, "once I'm settled here." But I didn't. Days turned into weeks, and the urgency of the threat seemed to diminish with distance. Joey and I fell into a comfortable routine, both attending our respective schools, both gradually relaxing into the anonymity that a city of nearly 3 million people provided. By October, I had found a small studio apartment of my own, just a few blocks from Joey's place. Our relationship, which had faltered under the weight of shared trauma, began to rebuild itself in this new context. We explored Chicago together on weekends, discovering favorite restaurants and lakefront paths that bore no resemblance to the wooded trails we now both instinctively avoided. For a time, it seemed we might actually outrun the shadow of what we had witnessed. The nightmares came less frequently. The hypervigilance that had characterized our final weeks in Maryland gradually subsided. We rarely spoke of Vincent Morris or the Patapsco River, as if by mutual unspoken agreement. Then, on a crisp November morning, Joey called me in a state of barely controlled panic. "Turn on the news," she said without greeting. "Channel 7. I fumbled for the remote, switching on the small television I'd purchased secondhand. The morning news was in progress, the anchor's serious expression accompanying a story about an ongoing investigation. Body discovered yesterday in Leakin Park has been identified as Detective Catherine Wright of the Baltimore County Police Department. Wright, a 15-year veteran of the force, was reported missing 3 days ago when she failed to report for duty. Authorities are treating her death as a homicide and are asking anyone with information to contact the FBI tip line displayed on your screen. The remote slipped from my hand, clattering to the floor as the anchor continued with details I could barely process. Detective Wright, the woman who had taken our statements, who had walked us through the investigation, who had given us her personal number in case we ever felt unsafe, was dead. It could be unrelated, Joey said when I called her back, but neither of us believed it. That evening, we sat in my sparse apartment, the television muted, but still broadcasting occasional updates about the investigation into Detective Wright's murder. Neither of us had been able to focus on classes or work, the shock of the news compounded by guilt that we had left Baltimore without informing her of the threatening photograph. "What do we do now?" Joey asked, her voice small in the dimly lit room. The question hung between us, heavy with implications neither of us wanted to voice. If they could reach a police detective, what chance did 2 college students have? "We could go to the Chicago police," I suggested. "Tell them everything, show them the photograph." Joey shook her head slowly. "And tell them what, exactly? That we witnessed a murder 5 months ago in another state? That we think it might be connected to a detective's death, but we have no proof? That we received one threatening photograph and ran away instead of reporting it?" She was right, of course. Without concrete evidence connecting the incidents, we would sound paranoid at best, suspicious at worst. "Then we keep doing what we've been doing," I said finally. "We stay alert. We stay together when possible. We build new lives here and try to move forward." Joey nodded, but her expression remained troubled. "Do you ever wonder if we'll always be looking over our shoulders? If this will follow us no matter where we go or how much time passes?" I had no answer that wouldn't sound like a platitude or a lie. Instead, I moved to sit beside her on the worn couch, putting my arm around her shoulders. We stayed that way for a long time, watching the silent television where Detective Wright's professional photograph now appeared alongside the news anchor, her steady gaze seeming to look directly at us through the screen. That night, I dreamed of the Patapsco River again. But this time, I wasn't observing from across the water. I was standing in the river itself, the current tugging at my legs, the water cold enough to numb my skin. Vincent Morris stood before me, neither bleeding nor afraid, his expression almost peaceful. "Rivers have memories," he said, his voice somehow audible above the sound of flowing water. "They carry everything downstream eventually." I woke with the certainty that the dream contained a message my conscious mind couldn't fully grasp. Something about the nature of time and trauma, about how events flow from one moment to the next, carrying us with them regardless of our attempts to stand still or swim against the current. The following morning, I called the FBI tip line displayed in the news reports about Detective Wright. I didn't give my name, but I shared what we had witnessed at Patapsco State Park, our involvement in the subsequent investigation, and the threatening photograph I had received. The agent who took my information was professional and thorough, asking clarifying questions without judgment or skepticism. "We'll look into this connection," she assured me. "Is there a number where we can reach you if needed?" I hesitated, then gave her my new Chicago number. "But I'd prefer to remain anonymous for now." "Understood," she said. "One more question. Did Detective Wright ever mention any specific suspects or concerns about the case to you?" I thought back to our interactions, trying to recall any detail that might be significant. She mentioned that Vincent Morris worked as an accountant for businesses with ties to organized crime in Baltimore. She said they had persons of interest, but couldn't build a case without a body. After ending the call, I felt lighter somehow, as if sharing the burden of knowledge had diminished its weight. Joey agreed that contacting the FBI had been the right decision when I told her later that day. "What happens now?" she asked. "We wait," I said, "and we keep living." Years have passed since that day by the Patapsco River. Joey and I eventually married, building a life together in Chicago that bears little resemblance to our former existence in Maryland. We rarely speak of what we witnessed, though the anniversary of that June day never passes without acknowledgement. A shared glance, a squeeze of the hand, a moment of silence for Vincent Morris and Detective Wright. I still dream of the river occasionally. Not nightmares now, but quieter reflections. water flowing endlessly, carrying away leaves and branches, smoothing rough stones over time. Nature's patient demonstration that even the most traumatic disruptions are eventually absorbed into the greater flow. We learned from news reports that several members of a Baltimore criminal organization were eventually prosecuted for financial crimes uncovered through Vincent Morris's accounting records, which Detective Wright had been investigating before her death. No one was ever charged with Morris's murder specifically, but when I read between the lines of the court documents, I recognized a form of justice being served obliquely. Patapsco State Park remains one of the most beautiful places I've ever known. In my memories untouched by that day, it still holds the magic I discovered as a child. The dappled sunlight through ancient trees, the melody of rushing water over stone, the sense of connection to something larger and more enduring than human concerns. I haven't returned, and I likely never will. Some places become defined by the experiences we have there, permanently altered in our perception, regardless of their objective reality. For others who visit Patapsco now, it remains simply a beautiful park, a place for hiking, fishing, and making the kind of ordinary memories that shape a happy life. For me, it will always be the place where I learned how quickly certainty can dissolve, how permanently a single moment can alter everything that follows. The river continues to flow through my dreams, carrying its lessons. That witnessing creates responsibility. That courage often looks like simply continuing forward. That time, like water, moves in only one direction, carrying us all toward whatever awaits downstream. The wilderness has its own language. Those born to it understand its whispers, its warnings, and its deadly silence. I've spent most of my life translating those messages for others, those who come seeking adventure but don't know how to listen. My name is Eli North. I work as a wilderness guide in northern Minnesota, primarily in the labyrinthine waterways of the Boundary Waters canoe area. I'm Ojibwe, raised on stories of these forests as much as I was raised in them. My grandfather taught me to read the water, to know which clouds bring storms that will pass quickly, and which ones demand respect. He taught me which berries to eat, and which mushrooms would send you to the hospital. Most importantly, he taught me that the land deserves respect, and that some places aren't meant for humans to tread. In 2005, I learned exactly how right he was. By then, I'd been guiding for 7 years, mostly taking tourists and weekend warriors out for a taste of authentic wilderness experience. These folks typically arrive with expensive gear they don't know how to use, and expectations shaped by outdoor magazines rather than experience. I don't judge them for it. Their business pays my bills. But there's always a small part of me that smiles when the first night's chill or the third day's rain finally teaches them what the wilderness actually is. The Levines were different, though not in the way you might expect. Richard and Margot Levine, both in their early 30s, had driven up from Chicago in their gleaming Lexus SUV. They were pleasant enough, not the entitled type I sometimes deal with, but clearly out of their element. Richard was tall and lanky, with a meticulously trimmed beard and wireframe glasses that made him look like a university professor. Margot was shorter, with auburn hair pulled back in a practical ponytail and a quiet confidence in her movements. "We're so excited to disconnect," Margot told me as I helped them unload their gear at the outfitter's office. She gestured to their matching North Face jackets and brand new hiking boots. "We've been planning this for months." Richard nodded enthusiastically. "Margot's a partner at her law firm, and I just finished a major architectural project. We needed this." I nodded, taking mental inventory of their equipment. Everything was high quality, but obviously unused. They had hiking poles, water filtration systems, and enough trail mix to feed a small army. But no tent. "We thought we'd sleep under the stars," Richard explained when I asked. "Really connect with nature, you know?" I've heard variations of this sentiment hundreds of times, usually from people who've never experienced Minnesota's mosquitoes or sudden summer storms. "That's ambitious," I told them, trying to sound diplomatic. "Let me grab an extra tarp from my truck just in case." As we loaded the canoes, I asked about their experience level. They exchanged glances before Margot admitted, "We've done some day hikes in Wisconsin state parks. This is our first overnight trip." Great. Complete novices wanting to sleep exposed in late summer in mosquito country. I silently revised our route to stay closer to access points where we could exit quickly if needed. "Don't worry," I assured them. We'll keep it manageable. 2 nights, 3 days. The forecast looks clear, but things can change quickly up here. We pushed off before noon, the Levines in one canoe, me in another with most of our gear. They paddled awkwardly at first, their canoe zigzagging across the glassy surface of Fall Lake. After some basic instruction, they improved enough that we could make decent progress. "What's that sound?" Margot asked after we'd been paddling for about an hour. She pointed toward the shoreline where dense pines created shadows even in midday. "Just a raven," I replied, recognizing the harsh, croaking call. "They're common up here." "It sounds angry," Richard said. I shrugged. Ravens are complex birds, intelligent. They remember faces and can hold grudges. Against humans? Margot looked uneasy. Against anything that crosses them wrong. I didn't mention that ravens were messengers in many Ojibwe stories, sometimes bringing warnings, sometimes bringing news of death. We continued through the afternoon, portaging twice between lakes. The Levines struggled with carrying their canoe, but they were good sports about it, laughing at their own clumsiness. By late afternoon, we reached a small island on Snowbank Lake. It wasn't on my original itinerary, but something had been nagging at me since we left. A feeling I couldn't quite place, but one I'd learned not to ignore. The island offered a natural campsite with a fire ring and enough flat ground for our sleeping bags. Tall pines surrounded us, their needles creating a soft carpet underfoot. The lake stretched out in all directions, calm and mirror-like in the waning light. "It's so quiet," Margot whispered as we unloaded our gear. "I've never heard silence like this." She was right. The silence up here has substance to it, a presence you can almost feel pressing against your eardrums. Some people find it peaceful, others find it unnerving. As I showed them how to set up our tarp shelter, I noticed Richard studying the tree line. "Something wrong?" I asked. He shook his head. "Just thought I saw something moving in the trees. Probably a deer or something, right?" I followed his gaze, but saw nothing unusual. "Could be. We've got deer, moose, black bears. Nothing to worry about if you store your food properly." "Bears?" Margot's eyes widened. "They're mostly shy," I reassured her. "More afraid of you than you are of them." I didn't tell them about the tracks I'd noticed on our last portage. Not bear or moose or anything I recognized. They were deep impressions, almost hand-like but too large, with what looked like elongated fingers. Probably just a deformed bear print, I'd told myself. No sense alarming the clients over nothing. As darkness fell, we cooked a simple meal of pasta and freeze-dried vegetables over the camp stove. The Levines asked questions about the area, the wildlife, my background. I told them what tourists usually want to hear. Sanitized stories about close calls with weather, amusing encounters with wildlife. I kept my grandfather's stories to myself. Those weren't meant for casual campfire conversation. "Any local legends about this place?" Richard asked as we roasted marshmallows. "Ghost stories or anything?" I hesitated. "There are always stories." "Like what?" Margot leaned forward, her face golden in the firelight. "Just the usual wilderness tales," I said vaguely. "Things that go bump in the night." Something rustled in the bushes behind us, and we all turned. Just the wind, probably, but I noticed how quickly the Levines tensed. "Nothing to worry about," I said, though I found myself scanning the darkness beyond our firelight. "Let's turn in early. We've got a full day tomorrow." As they settled into their sleeping bags, I stayed by the dying fire, watching the stars appear one by one. The uneasy feeling that had followed me all day hadn't dissipated. If anything, it had grown stronger. I didn't know it then, but that night would mark the beginning of the most terrifying experience of my life, and the end of everything I thought I knew about these woods I called home. Morning arrived with a thin mist hovering over the lake, turning the world gray and indistinct. I woke before the Levines, my sleep having been fitful at best. Throughout the night, I jolted awake repeatedly, certain I'd heard something moving around our campsite. A soft shuffling, almost deliberate, circling just beyond the reach of visibility. Each time I'd found nothing but darkness and that peculiar silence that seemed to swallow even the sound of my own breathing. The Levines emerged from their sleeping bags as I brewed coffee over the camp stove. Margot's eyes were shadowed, her usual cheerfulness muted. "Did you sleep okay?" I asked, passing her a steaming cup. She glanced at Richard before answering. I had strange dreams. Felt like something was watching me. Richard squeezed her shoulder. I told her it was probably just wildlife. Maybe a curious raccoon? I nodded noncommittally. Raccoons were common enough, but they didn't move silently, and they certainly didn't circle a campsite for hours. Ready to push on today? I asked, changing the subject. There's a chain of small lakes I thought we'd explore. Beautiful rock formations, some of the oldest exposed bedrock in North America. As we packed up camp, I noticed Richard examining the ground near where our food had been stored. Found something? I asked, walking over. He pointed to a series of indentations in the soft earth. Are these animal tracks? I crouched down, my heart rate picking up involuntarily. The impressions were similar to what I'd seen yesterday, but more defined. 5 elongated digits splayed out from a broad palm, each ending in what appeared to be a narrow point. Not bear, not moose, not human. Probably raccoon, I lied, standing quickly. They've got surprisingly human-like hands. Richard frowned. Awfully big for a raccoon, aren't they? Could be a trick of the soil, I said, kicking dirt over the prints. We should get moving if we want to make good progress before noon. We loaded the canoes in silence. As we pushed off from the island, I caught Margot staring back at our campsite, her brow furrowed. Following her gaze, I saw nothing unusual. Just our extinguished fire pit and the disturbed earth where we'd slept. The day progressed smoothly enough. We paddled through narrow channels connecting smaller lakes, the Levines marveling at bald eagles soaring overhead and the occasional loon calling across the water. Their paddling had improved, and they seemed to be settling into the rhythm of wilderness travel. Around midday, we stopped on a rocky outcropping for lunch. As the Levines unpacked sandwiches, I walked to the edge of the promontory, surveying the lake we'd just crossed. Something caught my eye on the opposite shore, a dark shape moving among the trees. I squinted, trying to make out details, but it disappeared before I could focus on it. Eli? Margot's voice startled me. Everything okay? I turned, forcing a smile. Just checking our route. I gestured to the map spread on a flat rock. We're making good time. There's a campsite about 2 hours ahead that would be perfect for tonight. As we ate, I noticed the wildlife had gone quiet. No bird calls, no rustling in the underbrush. Even the insects seemed to have fallen silent. The Levines didn't appear to notice, chatting about the rock formations and taking photos of the landscape. Do you ever get scared out here, being alone? Margot asked suddenly. The question caught me off guard. Why do you ask? She shrugged, looking embarrassed. I don't know. There's something about this place. It's beautiful, but it feels old. Like it's watching us. Richard laughed softly. The lawyer who argues before the Supreme Court is spooked by trees. It's not the trees, she said quietly. It's what might be hiding behind them. I chose my words carefully. The wilderness demands respect. Fear can be healthy, it keeps you alert, but no, I don't get scared often. I know what belongs out here and what doesn't. The problem was, I wasn't sure that was true anymore. Back in the canoes, we continued through increasingly narrow waterways. The trees grew denser along the shores, their branches extending over the water in places, creating tunnels of dappled light. Beautiful under normal circumstances. Today, it felt oppressive. Is this the right way? Richard called from behind me. The channel's getting pretty tight. I checked my map again. We were en route, technically, though this passage seemed narrower than I remembered. Had it been that long since I'd guided through here? We're good, I called back. Stay in the center of the channel. As we rounded a bend, I spotted something hanging from a tree branch ahead. Something that didn't belong. I slowed my paddle, letting the canoe drift closer. It was a doll, or something like one, crudely fashioned from twigs and what looked like animal hide, suspended by a length of sinew that twisted slowly in the breeze. Its face was blank, except for 2 small stones pressed into the hide where eyes should be. I steered quickly away from it, hoping the Levines wouldn't notice. What was that? Margot's voice carried across the water. No such luck. Probably just an old fishing lure, I lied, picking up my paddling pace. Let's keep moving. We want to reach camp before dusk. The sun was already starting its descent. the light turning golden as it filtered through the trees. We'd been on the water longer than planned, and I was beginning to worry about reaching our intended campsite before dark. "I think we should stop at the next suitable spot," I announced, scanning the shoreline for flat ground. "We can make up the distance tomorrow." 20 minutes later, we found a small clearing beside a narrow bay. It wasn't an established campsite, but it would do. As we pulled the canoes ashore, I noticed the silence again, that unnatural absence of sound that made the hair on my neck stand up. "What's that smell?" Richard asked as we unloaded gear. I'd noticed it too, a faint metallic odor underpinned by something organic and decaying. "Probably just stagnant water in the bay," I said, though I didn't believe it. We set up camp efficiently, the Levines following my instructions without complaint. As I gathered firewood, I kept finding myself glancing over my shoulder, certain that someone, something, was watching from the trees. Each time I turned, there was nothing there. The feeling persisted through dinner, a simple meal of dehydrated stew that none of us seemed particularly interested in. Conversation was minimal, the usual excitement of camping replaced by a vague unease that seemed to affect us all. "I think I heard something moving in the bushes earlier," Margot said as we sat around the fire, "while you were setting up the tarp." "Probably just a small animal," I said automatically. "Squirrel or chipmunk." "It sounded bigger," she insisted, "like something walking on two legs." Richard put his arm around her. "Your imagination is working overtime, honey." But I'd heard it too, that soft shuffling, deliberate and measured, circling our camp at a distance. I dismissed it, hoping it was indeed just wildlife. Now, I wasn't so sure. "We should turn in," I suggested, banking the fire. "Early start tomorrow." The Levines nodded, retreating to their sleeping bags beneath the tarp. I stayed by the fire a bit longer, watching the flames die down to glowing embers. In the distance, a loon called, a haunting, tremulous wail that echoed across the water. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a comforting sound, a reminder of wilderness beauty. Tonight, it sent a chill down my spine. As I finally settled into my sleeping bag positioned between the Levines and the forest's edge, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. Something was out there in the darkness, waiting, watching, and I had the terrible suspicion it had been following us all day. I woke to absolute stillness. No wind in the trees, no lapping of water against the shore, no rustling of nocturnal creatures. Just a profound silence that seemed to press against my eardrums. The fire had burned down to nothing, leaving only a faint glow from the coals. My watch read 12:17 a.m. The Levines were motionless in their sleeping bags, their breathing deep and regular. What had woken me? I sat up slowly, my skin prickling with a sensation I couldn't quite name. Not quite fear, not quite anticipation, but something primal that lived in the space between. The night was clear, stars scattered across the sky like spilled salt, providing just enough light to make out the shapes of trees and our canoes pulled up on shore. That's when I noticed the smell, faint at first, then growing stronger. A coppery tang mixed with something rotten and earthy, like blood and decaying vegetation. My stomach clenched involuntarily. I reached for my flashlight but hesitated before turning it on. Some instinct told me that announcing my wakefulness might be a mistake. The smell intensified, and with it came a sound, a soft, rhythmic scraping like something being dragged across the forest floor. It was coming from the tree line, perhaps 15 yards from where we slept. I held my breath, straining to see in the darkness. The scraping stopped, replaced by a wet, ragged breathing that didn't belong to any animal I recognized. It was labored, almost asthmatic, punctuated by soft, clicking sounds. Slowly, I extracted myself from my sleeping bag, moving with deliberate care to avoid making noise. The Levines slept on, oblivious to whatever was happening at the edge of our camp. The breathing changed, becoming deeper, more controlled. Then came a sound that froze my blood, a low, gurgling chuckle that was unmistakably mimicking human laughter. My hand closed around the flashlight, thumb hovering over the switch. Part of me desperately wanted to illuminate whatever was out there. Another part feared what I might see. Movement caught my eye, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper darkness of the forest. It was low to the ground at first, seeming to crawl or slither rather than walk. Its proportions were wrong somehow, limbs too long and jointed in places they shouldn't be. As it moved into the clearing, I could make out more details in the starlight. It was roughly humanoid, but hunched and distorted, with a broad torso tapering to an unnaturally narrow waist. Its limbs moved in jerky, uncoordinated motions, as though its body couldn't quite agree with itself on how to move. What appeared to be fur or hair covered its body in patches, matted into clumps that stuck out at odd angles. But what drew my attention were its hands. Massive appendages with elongated fingers ending in what looked like curved points or claws. They dragged along the ground as it moved, accounting for the scraping sound I'd heard. It paused about 10 yards from our sleeping area, head tilting as though studying us. I couldn't make out its face clearly, but I had the distinct impression it was looking directly at me, despite my stillness. For several heartbeats, neither of us moved. Then, with a suddenness that made me flinch, it dropped to all fours and scuttled forward with alarming speed, covering half the distance between us in seconds. My thumb jammed down on the flashlight switch, sending a beam of light directly at the creature. For one terrible moment, I saw it clearly. Its face was a nightmare collage of features that didn't belong together. A broad, flattened nose above a mouth that stretched too wide across its face, revealing rows of uneven, pointed teeth. Its eyes reflected the flashlight beam like a deer's, but they were huge and bulbous, with vertical pupils that contracted visibly in the sudden light. The creature reared back, emitting a high-pitched, keening sound that cut through the night like a blade. Its body unfolded as it rose, revealing it to be much taller than I'd initially thought, easily 7 feet when fully upright, its proportions becoming even more distorted. "Get up!" I shouted, abandoning any pretense of calm. "Get up, now!" The Levines jolted awake, confusion quickly giving way to terror as they registered the creature at the edge of our campsite. Margot let out a strangled scream, while Richard fumbled for his own flashlight. "What is that?" he gasped, his voice barely audible. I didn't answer, keeping my light trained on the creature as I backed toward the canoes. "Grab your shoes and nothing else," I instructed. "We need to move." The creature had retreated slightly from the direct light, but hadn't fled. Instead, it circled to our left, moving with that same jerky gait, its massive hands occasionally touching the ground for balance. It made that chuckling sound again, but louder now, almost performative, as though it wanted us to hear its amusement. "Slowly," I said, gesturing for the Levines to move toward the shore. "Don't run yet." Margot was shaking so badly she could barely stand, but Richard supported her, his own face pale with fear. They shuffled backward, following my lead. The creature matched our movements, keeping the same distance between us, its head swiveling to track our progress. It seemed to be toying with us, content to let us retreat while maintaining its position between us and the forest path. We reached the canoes, and I quickly assessed our options. Fleeing by water would make us vulnerable. The creature could easily outpace us along the shore and intercept us at the next landing. Our best chance was to follow the shoreline to the main trail that connected this area to the next lake system. "Leave the canoes," I whispered. "We're going to follow the shore to the trail. When I say run, run as fast as you can and don't look back." Richard nodded, his arm tight around Margot's shoulders. His other hand clutched his flashlight like a weapon, though it would provide little defense against whatever this thing was. The creature had stopped moving, its massive form silhouetted against the trees. It raised one hand, the fingers splaying out in what almost looked like a wave. "Now!" I hissed, and we broke into a run, splashing along the shallow water at the lake's edge. Behind us, the creature let out that terrible laugh again, followed by a sound I can only describe as words, but not in any language I recognized. It was a series of clicks and guttural noises that somehow conveyed meaning despite their alienness. It was speaking. We ran harder, our feet slipping on wet rocks and muddy sections of shore. My flashlight beam bounced wildly, illuminating fragments of the path ahead. The Levines kept pace remarkably well, fueled by pure adrenaline. I risked a glance back and immediately wished I hadn't. The creature was following, not running but moving in a bounding lope that covered ground with frightening efficiency. Its movements had a spider-like quality now, limbs extending and contracting in ways that defied normal anatomy. "The trail should be just ahead," I gasped, recognizing a distinctive rock formation. "We need to reach the main portage route." We rounded a bend in the shoreline and I spotted the trail opening, a gap in the trees marked by a small cairn of stacked stones. "There!" I pointed, urging the Levines forward. As we reached the trail entrance, Richard suddenly stumbled, his foot catching on an exposed root. He went down hard, his flashlight spinning away into the underbrush. Margot screamed his name, starting to turn back, but I grabbed her arm. "Keep going!" I shouted, already moving to help Richard. He was struggling to his feet, his face contorted with pain. "My ankle," he gasped. I got my shoulder under his arm, supporting his weight as we hobbled after Margot. The trail was narrow but clear, winding through dense forest toward the next lake in the chain. Behind us, the creature had slowed its pursuit. I could hear it moving through the underbrush parallel to the trail, sometimes ahead of us, sometimes behind, as though it was deliberately keeping pace rather than overtaking us. "What is that thing?" Richard gasped as we stumbled forward. "I don't know," I admitted. "Nothing I've ever seen before." We continued along the trail, Richard's injury slowing us considerably. Margot had stopped ahead, waiting for us to catch up, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. "Is it still following?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Before I could answer, a shape dropped from the branches overhead, landing on the trail directly in front of her. The creature crouched there, its massive hands splayed on the ground, head tilted at that unnatural angle. Margot's scream died in her throat as she stumbled backward. I pushed Richard against a tree, steadying him before stepping forward, my flashlight aimed directly at the creature's face. "Back off!" I shouted, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The creature rose to its full height, towering over us. In the direct light, I could see more details of its face, the way its skin seemed to shift and ripple, as though what lay beneath wasn't quite solid. Its eyes fixed on me, and I had the distinct impression it was evaluating me specifically. It made that speaking sound again, a series of clicks and guttural noises that seemed directed at me. Then, with deliberate slowness, it raised one massive hand and pointed at me, then at its own chest. The gesture was unmistakable. It recognized something in me, knew me somehow. "What do you want?" I asked, the words slipping out before I could stop them. The creature's mouth stretched in what might have been a smile, revealing those uneven teeth. It took a step toward me, hand still extended. "Run!" I shouted to the Levines, breaking the bizarre moment of connection. "Go now!" I grabbed Richard's arm, pulling him away from the tree and pushing him toward Margot. They scrambled down the trail, Richard limping heavily but moving faster than seemed possible given his injury. Instead of pursuing immediately, the creature remained where it was, watching us flee. It made that chuckling sound again, then threw its head back and emitted a howl that echoed through the forest, a sound that started almost human but rose to a pitch and timbre that vibrated in my chest. Other howls answered from the darkness, distant but unmistakable. There were more of them. We ran with renewed desperation, the trail widening as we approached the next lake. I knew there was a ranger outpost on the far shore. If we could reach it, we'd find safety and communication equipment. The forest seemed to close in around us, branches reaching like grasping hands, roots rising to trip our feet. The howling continued, coming from multiple directions now, sometimes so close it seemed the creatures must be right beside us. But each time I turned my flashlight to illuminate the forest, there was nothing visible, just shadows, and the sense of movement just beyond the beam's reach. We burst from the tree line onto a rocky shore, the lake spreading before us in the starlight. About half a mile across the water, I could make out the dim outline of the ranger station. "We need to swim," I said, already pulling off my boots. "Swim?" Margot looked at me in disbelief. "In the dark?" "It's our only chance," I insisted. "Richard can't keep running on that ankle, and those things are surrounding us." As if to emphasize my point, another howl rose from the forest behind us, followed by that terrible chuckling sound, closer now, almost at the tree line. "I can swim," Richard said grimly, already unlacing his own boots. "Let's go." We waded into the water, its coldness shocking against our overheated skin. As the water reached our waists, I glanced back toward shore. They stood at the tree line, not one creature but three, their distorted silhouettes unmistakable against the darkness of the forest. They made no move to follow us into the water, but their presence was a clear message. They could have caught us if they wanted to. They were letting us go. The one in the center, the one we'd encountered first, raised its hand again in that strange wave-like gesture. Then it turned and melted back into the forest, the others following like shadows rejoining the darkness. We swam in silence, the cold water numbing our limbs and our minds. By the time we reached the opposite shore, exhaustion had replaced terror, leaving us barely able to drag ourselves onto land. The ranger station was dark, but unlocked. Inside, I found a radio and called for emergency evacuation, citing a medical emergency, Richard's ankle, rather than trying to explain what had really happened. As we waited for help to arrive, huddled in emergency blankets with mugs of instant coffee warming our hands, Margot finally asked the question I'd been dreading. "What were those things, Eli?" I looked out the window at the lake, now peaceful in the pre-dawn light. "I don't know," I said honestly, "but I intend to find out." The evacuation was swift and clinical. A float plane arrived just after dawn, the pilot asking few questions beyond what was necessary to assess Richard's injury. We left behind almost everything: our camping gear, the canoes, my dignity as a guide, taking only what we could carry in our pockets. The Levines were silent during the flight back to civilization, shell-shocked and exhausted. When we landed at the seaplane base near Eli, a waiting ambulance took Richard to the local clinic. His ankle wasn't broken, just badly sprained, but the doctor recommended they cut their vacation short. I stood awkwardly in the clinic parking lot as they prepared to leave, feeling I owed them some explanation. "Look, about what happened out there," I began. Margot cut me off with a raised hand. "Don't. Please." Her voice was steady, but her eyes were haunted. "We don't want to talk about it." Richard nodded from the passenger seat of their rental car. "We're going to pretend it was a bear, a regular, normal black bear that got too close to our campsite." "But it wasn't." "It was a bear," Margot insisted, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Because anything else is—" She trailed off, unable to finish the thought. I understood their need to rationalize, to file away what they'd seen into a category their minds could accept. I'd seen people do it before after encountering things they couldn't explain, like the couple who insisted the northern lights they'd witnessed dancing directly above our campsite had been the headlights of distant planes. "Take care of yourselves," I said finally, stepping back from their car. As they drove away, Richard lowered his window. "Eli," he called, his face serious. "Whatever it was, it knew you. Remember that?" I remembered. The way the creature had pointed at me, then itself. The sense of recognition in its inhuman eyes. That was the detail that had been gnawing at me since our escape. That night, I checked into a motel on the outskirts of Ely, too mentally exhausted to drive all the way back to my cabin near Grand Marais. I needed a hot shower, a strong drink, and time to process what had happened. More importantly, I needed information. The next morning, I began my research. First stop was the library, where I pored over local history books and old newspapers. I found scattered references to unexplained disappearances in the boundary waters dating back to the 1920s, but nothing specific enough to connect to what we'd encountered. Next, I visited Jim Bear Grease, an elder from the Grand Portage Reservation who'd been friends with my grandfather. I found him sitting on his porch, whittling a piece of cedar into what looked like a bird. "Eli North," he greeted me without looking up. "Been a while." I settled into the chair beside him, watching his gnarled hands work the wood with precision. "I need to ask you about something, Jim. Something I saw up near Snowbank Lake." His hands stilled for a moment before resuming their work. "Must be important to bring you all the way here." I described what we'd encountered, the creature's appearance, its movements, the way it had seemed to communicate, the others that had joined it. I left out nothing, including the way it had seemed to recognize me specifically. Jim listened without interruption, his expression unchanging. When I finished, he set his carving aside and reached for his pipe, packing it methodically before lighting it. "My grandmother called them Wendishka," he said finally, exhaling a cloud of sweet-smelling smoke. "Not to be confused with the Wendigo, which is something else entirely. The old stories say they were here before us, before any people. They don't belong to our world, not completely. They exist. Between what?" He shrugged. "Between worlds. Between states of being. The stories aren't clear on that part." "What do they want?" I asked, remembering the creature's almost playful pursuit, the way it had ultimately let us escape. Jim puffed on his pipe, considering. Territory, maybe. Or entertainment. The stories say they're curious about people but don't understand us any more than we understand them. They're not evil, not in the way humans think of evil. They just are. It recognized me somehow, I said. Pointed at me, then itself, like it was making a connection. Jim's eyes narrowed. Your grandfather ever tell you about his time as a fire watchman? Summer of '63. I shook my head. My grandfather had died when I was 14, taking many of his stories with him. He had an encounter, Jim said simply. Never talked about it much, but it changed him. He started leaving offerings at certain places in the woods, small things, tobacco, bits of food. Said it was respect for the old spirits, but I always wondered. A chill ran through me despite the warm morning. You think whatever I saw is the same thing he encountered? They remember, Jim said. Generations mean nothing to them. Time means nothing. Your grandfather showed them respect, and they remember. So why did it chase us? Jim tapped his pipe against the porch railing, emptying the ashes. Did it chase you, or did it hurt you? Did it want to harm you, or just wanted you gone from that particular place? I thought back to the encounter. The way the creatures had surrounded us but ultimately let us escape, standing at the shoreline watching us swim away. They were hurting us, I realized. But why? What's so special about that area? Some places belong to them, Jim said simply. Always have, always will. We're just visitors passing through. I left Jim's place with more questions than answers, but a clearer sense of direction. On the drive back to Eli, I stopped at the ranger station to report our abandoned gear and arrange for its retrieval. The ranger on duty, a weathered woman named Carlson, who'd worked the boundary waters for decades, listened to my sanitized account with obvious skepticism. Bear scare, huh? She said, eyeing me over her computer. Funny thing, Eli. We've had 3 other groups report unusual wildlife encounters in that same area this season. All experienced outdoors people, all abandoning valuable gear. My pulse quickened. What kind of encounters? She leaned forward, lowering her voice. One group said they heard something mimicking human voices outside their tent. Another saw something they described as not a bear, not a person watching them from the trees. The third wouldn't say exactly what they saw, but they hiked 15 miles in the dark to reach a ranger station rather than spend another night at their campsite. Any physical evidence? I asked. Tracks, hair, anything? She shook her head. Nothing conclusive, just stories and spooked campers. She studied my face. You want to tell me what really happened out there? I hesitated, weighing how much to share. We saw something we couldn't explain, I said finally. Something that didn't match any animal I know. Carlson nodded slowly. Areas being temporarily closed for wildlife management, she said, making air quotes. Official line is increased bear activity, but between you and me, something's not right out there. She pulled out a map, circling an area that included where we'd encountered the creatures. Whatever it is, it seems concentrated here. No reported incidents outside this zone. I studied the map, noticing that the circled area corresponded roughly to one of the oldest and least developed sections of the boundary waters, a place where even experienced guides rarely ventured due to difficult portages and limited campsites. Has anyone gone in specifically to investigate? I asked. Carlson's expression darkened. 2 rangers went in last week after the 3rd group came out. They were supposed to report back daily by radio. And we lost contact on day 2. Search team found their campsite yesterday. Everything in perfect order, no signs of struggle or wildlife damage. But no rangers. My mouth went dry. Any tracks? Signs of where they went? Nothing that made sense, she said quietly. Search team leader described it as footprints that started human and ended not human. They took photos, but the higher-ups have them now. I left the ranger station with a copy of the map and a growing sense of dread. The creatures, the Wendishka, were becoming more active, more visible, and people were disappearing. Back at my motel, I spread out the map on the bed, making notes of all reported encounters, including ours. A pattern emerged. The incidents formed a rough circle around a particular area, with no reports from within the center itself. It was as though the creatures were establishing a perimeter, keeping people away from something specific. That night, I dreamed of the creature's eyes, those vertical pupilled orbs that had fixed on me with unmistakable recognition. In the dream, it spoke, not in clicks and guttural sounds but in perfect English, using my grandfather's voice. "You need to see," it said. "You need to understand." I woke in a cold sweat, the dream still vivid in my mind. Outside, dawn was breaking, painting the motel parking lot in shades of pink and gold. I knew what I had to do. I had to go back. Not just to the area we'd fled from, but to the center of the circle, the place the Wendishka seemed to be protecting. I had to see what was there, what they were guarding. I spent the day gathering supplies, better than standard tourist gear this time. A satellite phone, a GPS unit, a higher-powered flashlight, a hunting knife. I bought a disposable camera too, though I doubted photographs would capture whatever it was I might find. At the local sporting goods store, I ran into Mike Peterson, another guide I'd known for years. He eyed my purchases with raised eyebrows. "Planning an expedition?" he asked. "Just replacing some gear I lost," I lied. Mike leaned closer. "Heard about what happened to the Levines? Bear attack, huh?" I nodded noncommittally. "Funny thing about bears," Mike continued, his voice dropping. "They don't laugh like people. They don't stand upright and point at you with hands that look almost human." I stared at him. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying the Levines talked to my cousin at the clinic, described something that wasn't a bear." He paused. "Same thing I saw 3 years ago up near Basswood Lake. Same thing that made me quit guiding for 6 months." Relief flooded through me. Someone else who'd seen them, who could confirm I wasn't losing my mind. "Did it recognize you?" I asked carefully. Mike's face paled slightly. "No, but it stalked our group for 2 days, always just out of clear sight, laughing, mimicking our voices." He swallowed hard. "It took our youngest client, just snatched him right out of his sleeping bag while we were all awake, sitting around the campfire. 1 second he was there, the next gone. All we found was a single boot." My blood ran cold. This contradicted what Jim had told me, that the Wendishka weren't necessarily dangerous, just territorial. "Did you report it?" Mike's laugh was bitter. "Of course. Search and rescue came out, did a full sweep. Found nothing. Official report listed it as a drowning, body never recovered. But he didn't drown. He never went near the water that night." I hesitated, then showed him my map with the circled area. "I'm going back," I admitted, "to find out what they're protecting." Mike stared at me like I'd lost my mind. "Why? What could possibly be worth that risk?" "Because they recognized me," I said. "Because they let us go when they could have taken us. Because my grandfather had some connection to them that I never knew about. And because people are disappearing, and it's getting worse." Mike shook his head. "You're crazy, Eli. But if you're determined to go..." He scribbled something on a receipt and handed it to me. "This is a fishing cabin my family owns. It's here." He pointed to a spot just outside the circled area on my map. "It's basic but solid. Use it as your base camp." I thanked him, touched by the offer. "One more thing," Mike said as I turned to leave. "If you see them, if they communicate with you somehow, ask about Thomas Jackson, the client we lost. His parents never got closure." I promised I would, though I had no idea how I'd communicate with creatures that spoke no human language. That evening, I made one final stop, a small Catholic church on the edge of town. I wasn't religious in any formal sense, but my grandfather had taught me that spiritual protection took many forms, and it was foolish to reject any of them when facing the unknown. The priest, an elderly man with kind eyes, blessed a small vial of water for me without asking questions. He'd served in this wilderness community long enough to know that some things defied conventional explanation. As I left the church, the sun was setting, painting the sky in vivid oranges and purples. Tomorrow, I would return to the boundary waters. Tomorrow, I would seek out the Wendishka on their own territory. And maybe, if I was very lucky, I would come back alive to tell about it. The morning dawned clear and cold, the kind of pristine September day that usually filled me with anticipation for a day on the water. Today, it felt like nature was mocking my dread with its perfection. I loaded my gear into my truck and headed north, following the familiar route toward the entry point nearest Mike's cabin. The roads were quiet, tourist season winding down as temperatures dropped and schools resumed. Mike's cabin was exactly as he'd described it, basic but sturdy, a simple one-room structure with a wood stove, a couple of bunks, and a small table. It sat on a rocky outcropping overlooking a narrow bay, accessible only by a rough track that my truck barely navigated. I unloaded my supplies, organizing everything with methodical care. If I was going to venture into Wendishka territory, I needed to be prepared for at least 3 days in the wilderness, possibly longer. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Several times I stopped and scanned the surrounding forest, but saw nothing unusual, just pine and birch swaying gently in the breeze, an occasional squirrel or bird moving among the branches. By late afternoon, I had everything ready. My plan was simple, if foolhardy. Paddle into the center of the area the Wendishka seemed to be protecting, camp there for a night, and see what happened. If they wanted to communicate with me, as my dream suggested, they would find me. I pushed my canoe into the water just before sunset, timing my journey to arrive at my destination in full darkness. Something told me the Wendishka would be more active at night, more likely to reveal themselves. The paddle was peaceful, almost meditative. The lake surface reflected the deepening colors of sunset, eventually giving way to a star-filled sky and a thin crescent moon that provided just enough light to navigate by. About an hour into my journey, I noticed the same unnatural silence that had preceded our previous encounter. The sudden absence of insect sounds, the stillness of the water. I kept paddling, my heart rate increasing, but my strokes remaining steady. "I know you're out there," I said aloud, my voice sounding strange in the silence. "I've come back to understand." No response came, but the feeling of being observed intensified. I continued on, using my GPS to stay on course toward the center of the circle I'd mapped out. As I approached a narrow channel between two islands, I saw it, a dark shape standing on the shore, unmistakably one of the Wendishka. It made no move to approach or retreat, simply watching as I paddled closer. I steered the canoe toward shore, stopping about 20 feet from where the creature stood. In the moonlight, its features were indistinct, but its height and proportions were unmistakable. "I'm Eli North," I said, fighting to keep my voice steady. "My grandfather was James North. He knew you or others like you." The creature tilted its head, that now familiar gesture that suggested curiosity or perhaps assessment. It made a series of clicking sounds, followed by what sounded almost like words spoken underwater. Slowly, I beached my canoe and stepped onto shore, maintaining distance between us. The creature didn't retreat, watching my movements with those reflective eyes. "I want to understand why you're here," I continued. "Why you're keeping people away from this area." The creature raised one of its massive hands, pointing past me toward the center of the lake, then at me, then back at the water. The gesture was clear. "Go there." It turned and moved into the forest with that unnatural gait, disappearing among the trees. I stood for a moment, processing what had just happened. It hadn't attacked me. It had given direction. Whatever I was meant to see was further in, at the center of the circle. I returned to my canoe and continued paddling, more determined than ever. The silence persisted, but now it felt less threatening, more like a bubble of altered reality surrounding me. About half an hour later, I reached a small island that, according to my map, sat at almost the exact center of the area the Wendishka were protecting. It was barely more than a rocky outcropping with a few stunted pines, offering little in the way of shelter or concealment. I pulled my canoe ashore and set up a minimal camp, just my sleeping bag under a small tarp, with my supplies close at hand. Then I waited. The hours passed slowly. Occasionally I heard movement in the water around the island, soft splashing that could have been fish, but somehow didn't sound quite right. Once, I caught a glimpse of something large moving beneath the surface, its shape elongated and sinuous, like no fish I'd ever seen. Near midnight, the air temperature dropped suddenly, my breath fogging in front of me. With the cold came a change in the silence, not an end to it, but a shift, as though the quality of the absence had altered. Then I heard it, that chuckling sound coming from multiple directions at once. They were surrounding the island. I stood, turning slowly to scan the shoreline. They emerged from the water one by one, not 3 as before, but 7 or 8, their forms glistening in the moonlight. They moved onto shore with that jerky, uncoordinated gait, forming a loose semicircle around my campsite. One stepped forward, larger than the others, its fur or hair hanging in long, matted strands that obscured much of its face. It raised both hands, palms outward in what seemed like a gesture of peace. "What do you want from me?" I asked, surprised at the steadiness of my voice. The creature made those speaking sounds again, a complex series of clicks and guttural noises. Then, to my astonishment, it reached into what appeared to be a pouch or fold of skin at its waist and withdrew a small object. It extended its hand, offering the object to me. After a moment's hesitation, I stepped forward and took it. It was a wooden carving, a small bird, expertly crafted from cedar. The style was unmistakable. It was identical to the ones my grandfather used to make. "Where did you get this?" I whispered. The creature pointed to itself, then made a gesture like carving. It had made it, or something like it had. "My grandfather," I said, holding up the carving. "Did he give you one like this?" The creature made an affirmative motion, then pointed to the water again, more insistently this time. "You want me to see something in the lake?" Another affirmative gesture. I glanced at the dark water, then back at the creature. "Now? You want me to go in there?" The creature stepped closer, its massive form towering over me. Up close, its smell was overwhelming. That same coppery, organic odor I'd detected before, but stronger now, mixed with something else I couldn't identify. It reached out one elongated hand, and before I could react, pressed a single clawed finger to my forehead. The world exploded into fragmented images, flashes of forest and water, strange angular structures that seemed to shimmer between visibility and something else. Glimpses of creatures like and unlike the Wendishka moving through spaces that hurt my eyes to look at. When the visions cleared, I was on my knees, gasping for breath. The creature stood over me, its hand now at its side. "What was that?" I managed. "What are you trying to show me?" It pointed to the water again, then made a sweeping gesture that encompassed the entire lake, the surrounding forest, the sky overhead. Understanding dawned slowly. "This place," I said. "It's special somehow, a boundary, not just between lakes, but between—" I struggled to articulate the concept the visions had planted in my mind. "Between worlds?" The creature made an affirming sound, deeper than its speech, almost like a purr. "And you're protecting it, keeping people away." Another affirmation. "But why show me? Why let me come here when you chase others away?" The creature reached out again, this time more slowly, giving me time to prepare. It touched the cedar carving in my hand, then touched my chest, directly over my heart. My grandfather, I realized. He knew. He found this place, saw what it was, and you trusted him? The creature's massive head dipped in what could only be a nod. "And now you're trusting me." It wasn't a question. The creature made a series of sounds that seemed almost like speech, pointing at the others who remained in their semicircle, watching silently. I understood somehow that it was introducing them, showing me they were not just creatures, but individuals. "The rangers who disappeared," I said suddenly. "The campers over the years, what happened to them?" The creature was silent for a long moment. Then it pointed to the largest of the other Wendishka, who stepped forward reluctantly. This one moved differently, its gait more human despite its distorted form. With a shock, I realized what I was seeing, a transformation in progress. The missing rangers hadn't been killed, they were becoming Wendishka. "How?" I whispered. "Why?" The leader made those speaking sounds again, followed by gestures I couldn't interpret. It seemed frustrated by the limitations of our communication. It pointed to the water once more, then at the sky, then made a circular motion with its hand. The meaning was clear enough. Cycles, changes, transformations. Natural processes I didn't understand. "And Thomas Jackson?" I asked, remembering my promise to Mike. "The tourist who was taken 3 years ago?" A ripple passed through the group, a shifting of massive bodies. The leader made a sound that seemed almost sorrowful, then pointed to the water and held its hand flat, parallel to the ground. Then it lowered the hand slowly. "He's gone," I translated. "Under the water?" The creature nodded. "Dead?" I needed to be certain. Another nod, followed by more of those speaking sounds, gentler now. I took a deep breath. I need to be able to tell people something, to keep them away from here, for their safety and for your privacy. Can you help me understand what to say? The leader considered this, its massive head tilting as it studied me. Then it stepped forward, and before I could react, pressed both hands to the sides of my head. The visions came again, but clearer this time, more structured. I saw the boundary waters as they had been thousands of years ago, saw the first humans to paddle these lakes, saw the first encounters with the Wendishka. I saw the place where we stood now, but from below the water, saw structures that defied description, saw beings moving between worlds through a shimmer in reality itself. I saw my grandfather as a young man, encountering the Wendishka much as I had, forming some kind of pact, leaving offerings at specific sites around the lakes. I saw the recent disappearances, the transformations, the rare but inevitable deaths when compatibility was wrong. When the visions ended, I remained standing this time, though my legs trembled with the effort. The creature stepped back, watching me expectantly. "I understand," I said slowly. "This place is a crossroads. You're its guardians. You don't belong fully to this world or to wherever else. And sometimes, for reasons I can't quite grasp, people become like you, part of the boundary between worlds." The creature made an affirming sound. "And my grandfather, he helped you, protected your secret." Another affirmation. "And now you want me to do the same?" The creature extended its hand, palm up, waiting. I recognized the gesture for what it was, a request, not a demand. I could walk away now, return to my life, perhaps warn others about the dangers of this place without revealing its true nature. Or I could accept the role my grandfather had apparently taken on decades before, a human intermediary, someone who understood enough to help protect this boundary and those who guarded it. I placed my hand in the creature's massive palm. Its skin was surprisingly warm, textured like rough leather but not unpleasant. "I'll help," I said, "but we need rules. No more disappearances that can't be explained. No more frightening innocent campers." The creature made a sound that might have been agreement, might have been amusement. It gently closed its fingers around my hand, careful not to let its claws pierce my skin. In that moment of contact, I felt a connection form, not telepathy exactly, but a sense of shared purpose, of mutual understanding despite our differences. The other Wendishka moved closer, forming a tight circle around us. They began making those speaking sounds in unison, a harmonious blend of clicks and rumbles that reverberated through my chest. The leader released my hand and stepped back, gesturing toward my canoe. "You want me to leave now?" It nodded, then pointed to the eastern horizon where the faintest lightning indicated approaching dawn. I gathered my minimal belongings, stowing them in the canoe. Before pushing off, I turned back to the Wendishka. "I'll return," I said. "Soon. We have more to discuss." The leader made a gesture of acknowledgement, then led the others back toward the water. I watched in fascination as they waded in, their bodies seeming to elongate and shift as they submerged, becoming something more suited to aquatic movement. Within moments, they were gone, the surface of the lake showing no trace of their passing. I paddled away as the sky lightened, my mind still processing everything I'd seen and learned. The wooden carving sat beside me in the canoe, a tangible reminder that the night's events had been real. By the time I reached Mike's cabin, the sun was fully up, casting golden light across the lake. I secured my canoe and trudged up to the cabin, exhaustion finally catching up with me. Inside, I collapsed onto one of the bunks, the cedar carving clutched in my hand. As sleep overtook me, I found myself wondering what my grandfather would think of me following in his footsteps in this most unexpected way. When I woke hours later, the sun was high in the sky. I sat up, momentarily disoriented, then remembered everything that had happened. The carving was still in my hand, proof that it hadn't been a dream. I spent the afternoon making notes, trying to organize what I'd learned into something coherent. The Wendishka were guardians of a place where worlds overlapped. They weren't malevolent, but they were dangerous to those who threatened their purpose. Some humans, for reasons I still didn't fully understand, could become like them, transformed into guardians themselves. My grandfather had been their ally, not one of them but a protector of their secret. Now that role had passed to me. As I packed up to leave Mike's cabin, I realized I had no idea how to explain any of this to others. What could I possibly tell the Rangers about their missing colleagues? What could I tell Mike about Thomas Jackson? In the end, I decided on a partial truth. I would report finding evidence of dangerous sinkholes in that section of the lakes, underwater cave systems that could trap and drown the unwary. I would recommend the area be restricted, marked as hazardous on maps. It wasn't the full truth, but it might keep people safe. As for Mike and others who had encountered the Wendishka directly, I would share a version of what I'd learned. That the creatures were territorial guardians of a special place, neither good nor evil by human standards, but deserving of respect and distance. I drove back to town slowly, the cedar carving sitting on my dashboard. My life had changed irrevocably, my understanding of the world fundamentally altered. I'd glimpsed something beyond the reality most people knew, and now I carried the responsibility of that knowledge. In the months that followed, I continued guiding in the boundary waters, but I was careful to steer my groups well clear of what I now thought of as Wendishka territory. Occasionally, when alone in remote areas, I would catch glimpses of them watching from the trees or sense their presence beneath the water. Not threatening, merely observing, acknowledging our unspoken pact. I've returned to that central island several times since that night, sometimes bringing small offerings like my grandfather did. Tobacco, handcrafted items, symbols of respect. Each time, the Wendishka have appeared, our communication growing marginally clearer with each encounter. I've learned more about them, their origins in ancient times when the boundaries between worlds were more permeable, their purpose in maintaining those boundaries even as they've narrowed to just a few points of connection. I've learned that the transformations are rare, occurring only when a human with a particular sensitivity encounters their world at exactly the right moment. Sometimes, late at night when the northern lights dance overhead, I wonder if I might someday undergo that transformation myself. The thought is both terrifying and strangely compelling. But for now, I remain Eli North, wilderness guide, keeper of secrets, protector of boundaries both seen and unseen. When you visit the boundary waters, you'll likely never encounter the Wendishka. The areas they guard are now marked as restricted on official maps, warning of environmental sensitivity or geological hazards. But if you're paddling across a still lake at dusk and feel a prickling at the back of your neck, if you hear a chuckling sound that seems almost human but not quite if you glimpse something moving with jerky grace among the trees, remember my story. Treat the wilderness with respect. Turn your canoe around. Paddle away. Some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed, not by you anyway. I don't tell this story very often, as it makes me look like I've lost my grip on reality. My name is Ross, and I'm from a small coastal town in the UK. The events I'm about to describe happened in late 2006, when I was 23 and trying to figure out what to do with my life. I had graduated university with a degree in communications that wasn't opening many doors, so I was working at the local Blockbuster video store while applying for real jobs in the evenings. Before everything changed, my life was remarkably ordinary. I lived in a cramped flat above a fish and chip shop, which meant my clothes perpetually smelled of vinegar and grease. The flat had one bedroom, a bathroom where the shower always ran cold after 4 minutes, and a combination kitchen living room with just enough space for a futon and a small television. I couldn't afford cable, so I'd bring home movies from work, watching 3 or 4 a night, until I fell asleep. My parents lived about 2 hours away and called every Sunday, asking if I'd found a proper job yet. They meant well, but those conversations always left me feeling inadequate. My friends from university had scattered across the country, some landing impressive positions in London while others pursued graduate degrees. I maintained the appearance of being fine with my situation, but underneath, anxiety gnawed at me constantly. The Blockbuster where I worked sat in a strip mall between a discount grocery store and a charity shop. The building had been constructed in the 1980s and never properly updated. The fluorescent lights buzzed incessantly, and the blue carpeting had worn thin in high-traffic areas. But there was something comforting about the place, with its rows of DVD cases and the smell of microwave popcorn that permeated everything. Most days passed uneventfully. I'd help customers find films, process returns, and recommend new releases based on their preferences. I became oddly skilled at predicting what people would enjoy, which gave me a small sense of purpose. The manager, an older man named Vince, was impressed enough with my work ethic to promote me to shift supervisor after just 3 months. Little did I know that my unremarkable life was about to take a turn into territory I still struggle to comprehend. Wednesdays were delivery days at Blockbuster. The store would receive shipments of new releases and promotional materials, transforming the back room into a cardboard labyrinth. As shift supervisor, I was responsible for processing these deliveries, which meant arriving at 7 a.m., 2 hours before opening. The morning of October 18, 2006 began like any other Wednesday. I arrived sleep-deprived after staying up until 2 a.m. watching a horror film marathon. The sky was still dark, and a fine mist hung in the air as I unlocked the store's back entrance. I flipped on the lights, started the coffee machine, and began breaking down boxes from the previous week's delivery. At 8 a.m., Jenna arrived. She was a university student working part-time, with dark hair usually pulled into a messy ponytail and a perpetually exhausted expression. We had developed a comfortable working relationship over the past few months, often covering for each other when one of us needed time off. "Morning," she mumbled, dropping her bag behind the counter and pouring herself coffee into a chipped mug with the Blockbuster logo. "Delivery day again." "Should be a big one," I replied. "New horror releases for Halloween." The delivery truck arrived at 8:30, earlier than usual. The driver, a burly man with a salt and pepper beard, seemed in a hurry. He practically threw the boxes at me before speeding off. There were more boxes than normal, nearly 30 of them stacked haphazardly on pallets. "Christ," Jenna said, surveying the mountain of cardboard. "We'll be here all day unpacking this lot." We divided the work. Jenna would handle the backroom organization while I processed the new releases at the front counter. By the time we opened at 9 a.m., the store resembled a makeshift fortress of cardboard boxes and plastic wrapping. The morning rush was minimal, a few elderly customers returning movies they'd watched the night before, and a mother with 2 small children looking for animated films. By noon, the store was empty, giving us time to focus on the delivery. I knelt behind the counter, unpacking a box of video games, when I noticed something strange. The usually oppressive fluorescent lights seemed to dim slightly, and the constant hum of the refrigerator housing energy drinks faded away. The air felt heavier, thicker somehow, as if the barometric pressure had suddenly changed. I looked up, expecting to see Jenna, but the store appeared empty. And that's when I first noticed something was off. A small section of DVDs had been rearranged, horror films mixed with children's movies, their spines forming a peculiar pattern that almost resembled a symbol or letter in a language I didn't recognize. "Jenna?" I called out. "Did you reorganize these films?" No answer came. I stood up, my knees cracking after being crouched for so long, and walked to the DVD section. Upon closer inspection, the pattern disappeared, just movies slightly out of order. I convinced myself a customer must have browsed and not replaced them properly. Little did I know this was only the first sign of what was to come. The following week brought subtle changes to the store's atmosphere. I began noticing small discrepancies when I arrived each morning. Items moved from where I'd left them the previous night, DVD cases facing backward on shelves. The break room coffee mug I always used would be in the sink, still warm, though I was the first to arrive. October 24th marked the first truly unsettling incident. I was alone in the store during a particularly slow Tuesday afternoon. Rain pounded against the windows, deterring customers. I decided to use the time to inventory the horror section, which had been increasingly popular as Halloween approached. As I worked my way through the H directors, methodically checking each case against our inventory list, I felt watched. Not the casual observation of a customer browsing nearby, but an intense scrutiny that raised the fine hairs on my arms and neck. I turned around quickly, expecting to find someone standing behind me. The store was empty. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the quiet space. "Anyone here?" Only the hum of the fluorescent lights answered me. I returned to my task, but the sensation persisted. When I reached the end of the row, I noticed a DVD case lying on the floor several feet away. I was certain it hadn't been there moments before. Walking over, I picked it up. The Tenant by Roman Polanski, a film about a man who becomes convinced the previous tenant of his apartment was driven to suicide by his neighbors. I had no memory of this film being part of our inventory. When I opened the case, instead of a DVD, I found a folded piece of paper. On it, in cramped, spidery handwriting, was written a single line. "I'm watching you count." My heart hammered against my ribs. I dropped the case and spun around, scanning every corner of the store. Nothing seemed out of place. No customers had entered. The electronic chime would have alerted me. I rushed to the security monitor behind the counter. frantically reviewing the footage from the past hour. The grainy black and white images showed only me, moving between shelves, occasionally glancing over my shoulder at nothing. The paper was real, though. I held it in my trembling hand, the ink slightly smudged where my sweaty fingers had touched it. I called Vince immediately and asked if anyone else had access to the store. He assured me only staff had keys and the security system would record any entry. When I mentioned the note, he suggested it was probably a prank by one of the teenage employees, or perhaps a customer who had slipped it into the case earlier. His rational explanation calmed me somewhat, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. That night, I double-checked all locks before leaving and made sure the security system was armed. Sleep didn't come easily. Every creak in my flat made me bolt upright. By morning, exhaustion had transformed my fear into irritation. Someone was clearly trying to frighten me, and I was determined to discover who. Wednesday, October 25th, another delivery day. I arrived early, fighting fatigue after a nearly sleepless night. The delivery was massive, even larger than the previous weeks. Halloween preparations were in full swing, with special displays and promotional materials for horror movie marathons. Jenna had called in sick, which meant I was alone until Rita, another part-timer, arrived at noon. The morning stretched before me like an endless task, unpacking boxes and processing new releases while also managing the register whenever customers appeared. By 11:30, I had transformed the store into a labyrinth of cardboard boxes. The counter was barely visible behind stacks of new releases waiting to be entered into the system. I knelt behind this makeshift wall, scanning barcodes and entering information into our antiquated computer system. The morning had been busy enough to distract me from yesterday's unsettling experience. The rhythm of routine work lulled me into a sense of normalcy. Scan, type, stack, scan, type, stack. That's when I felt it, a sudden drop in temperature. October in England is never warm, but this was different. The air around me seemed to crystallize, becoming so cold it hurt to inhale. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, twice, and then stabilized, but dimmer than before. I looked up from my position behind the counter. There, on the counter's surface, was what I can only describe as a disturbing sight. A figure stood there, not the fantastical creature I initially remembered in my state of shock, but a person. A very real, very human person, though one of the most unsettling individuals I've ever encountered. He was extraordinarily thin, almost emaciated, wearing what appeared to be a fitted red suit that hung loosely on his frame. Wire-rimmed glasses perched on a nose that seemed too sharp, too pointed to be natural. His skin had an unhealthy pallor, nearly translucent under the store's poor lighting. But most disturbing were his eyes. They reflected light like an animal's might in the dark, with pupils that seemed to absorb rather than reflect. In his bony hands, he held a small leather-bound notebook and an antique-looking fountain pen. He was writing something, the pen scratching against paper with a sound that seemed impossibly loud in the quiet store. I remained frozen, partly concealed by the boxes, unable to process what I was seeing. This person, this man, hadn't entered through the front door. The chime would have sounded. He couldn't have come through the back either. I would have heard the security door. Yet here he stood, writing calmly as if his presence was the most natural thing in the world. My pulse quickened to the point where I felt lightheaded. The edges of my vision darkened, and I gripped the edge of the counter to steady myself. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I swallowed repeatedly to keep from vomiting. The man stopped writing. Slowly, deliberately, he placed his pen beside the notebook and looked directly at me. A smile spread across his face, not warm or friendly, but knowing. Intimate, as if we shared a secret. He looked at me over the rim of his glasses and winked. Then, in a movement too quick to follow, he was gone, not through a door or window, simply gone, as if he'd never been there at all. Only the lingering cold air suggested anything had happened. Seconds later, the front door chimed, and Rita walked in, shaking raindrops from her umbrella. "God, it's miserable out there," she said, then paused, looking at me with concern. "Are you okay? You look absolutely ghostly." I mumbled something about feeling unwell and retreated to the back office. There, I sat drinking coffee with shaking hands for nearly an hour, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Stress, exhaustion. Perhaps I'd fallen asleep momentarily and dreamed the whole thing. but one question kept returning. What had he been writing in that notebook? The hours following the encounter passed in a blur. I functioned on autopilot, helping customers and processing returns while my mind raced through possible explanations. By closing time, I had convinced myself I'd experienced some sort of hallucination brought on by stress and sleep deprivation. That explanation was preferable to the alternative, that someone had somehow entered the store undetected and vanished just as mysteriously. I closed alone that night, meticulously checking each aisle and the restrooms before locking up. The drive home felt longer than usual, the darkness pressing against my car windows like a living thing. I kept checking my rearview mirror, half expecting to see the thin man in red sitting in my back seat. My flat offered little comfort. I turned on every light and checked all the closets and under the bed before finally allowing myself to sit down. For the first time in years, I called my parents outside our Sunday routine. The familiar sound of my mother's voice grounded me somewhat, though I couldn't bring myself to tell her what had happened. Instead, I asked mundane questions about home and listened as she detailed the neighborhood gossip. After hanging up, I turned on the television for background noise and opened my laptop. I searched for information about hallucinations, stress responses, and sleep deprivation symptoms. The clinical descriptions matched some of what I'd experienced, but failed to explain the profound sense of wrongness that had accompanied the man's appearance. Around midnight, exhaustion finally overcame anxiety, and I fell into a restless sleep on the couch. My dreams were filled with red notebooks and scratching pens. I awoke at dawn, neck stiff from the awkward position. Thursday was my day off, but the thought of staying alone in my flat was unbearable. I showered, dressed, and headed to a cafe in town where I spent hours nursing coffees and reading newspapers to distract myself. By afternoon, rational thought began reasserting itself. I had been working too hard, sleeping too little, and watching too many horror films. The approaching Halloween holiday had primed my imagination for the macabre. The man I'd seen was likely a customer who had entered during a moment when I was distracted, and my mind had filled in the blanks with disturbing details. That evening, I forced myself to eat a proper meal and go to bed early. Sleep came more easily than expected, and I woke on Friday feeling almost normal, until I checked my phone. 3 missed calls from Vince and a text message. Call me immediately. Security system recorded something strange last night. I called Vince while still in bed, my heart racing faster with each ring. Ross, he answered immediately. I need you to come in early today. What's happening? I asked, already getting up and searching for clean clothes. Just come in. We need to review the security footage before opening. I arrived at Blockbuster at 7:30 a.m., finding Vince's car already in the parking lot. He was waiting at the back entrance, his usually composed demeanor visibly shaken. Dark circles shadowed his eyes, and his hands trembled slightly as he unlocked the door. I came in early to check the weekend inventory, he explained as we entered. Decided to review some security footage from this week because the alarm system registered an anomaly Wednesday night after closing. In the small office, Vince queued up the footage on the monitor. The timestamp read 3:17 a.m. Thursday morning. The store was dark, illuminated only by the exit signs and the dim security lights. Watch, Vince said, pointing at the screen. For nearly a minute, nothing happened. Then a section of the store near the horror movies grew noticeably darker, as if the security lights were being absorbed. The darkness took shape, vaguely human-sized but indistinct. What am I looking at? I whispered. Keep watching. The shadow moved through the store with purpose, stopping at the counter. Then, impossibly, it reached over and opened the register drawer. The camera angle changed to show the counter directly. The drawer was open, but nothing was taken. Instead, something was placed inside, a small object I couldn't identify. I checked the register this morning, Vince said, his voice strained. This was in it. He handed me a small, leather-bound notebook, identical to the one I'd seen the thin man writing in. My hands shook as I opened it. The pages were filled with names, dates, and brief notations. I flipped through, recognizing several customer names from our database. Each entry included what appeared to be a brief assessment. Potential, insufficient, promising. On the final written page, I found my own name. Beside it, subject demonstrates unusual awareness. Continue observation. The room seemed to tilt around me. I grabbed the edge of the desk to steady myself. Ross, Vince said quietly. What's going on? I told him everything. The strange occurrences over the past week, the man at the counter, the unnatural cold. As I spoke, the skepticism in his expression gradually transformed into concern. I thought it was stress, I concluded, or that I was losing my mind. Vince was silent for a long moment. I've managed this store for 11 years, he finally said. Never experienced anything like this. But last month I found a similar notebook. I assumed it belonged to a customer and put it in lost and found. It disappeared the next day. What did it contain? Names. Staff names with dates and notes. I assumed it was someone's strange way of tracking customer service. Now I'm not so sure. He stood up abruptly. We should call the police. This is evidence of breaking and entering at minimum. And tell them what? I asked. That a shadow somehow bypassed our security system to leave a cryptic notebook? They'll think we're mad. Vince hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. You're right, but we need to figure this out. I'm changing the security codes today and installing additional cameras. We spent the next hour combing through the store, looking for anything else unusual. Everything seemed normal until we reached the horror section. There we found several DVDs arranged in a distinct pattern on the floor, a spiral of cases with their titles forming what seemed like a message when read in sequence. The Watcher, Know You're There, I See You, Final Hour, The List. The implications sent ice through my veins. Someone, or something, was not only watching us but wanted us to know it. The weekend passed in a state of hypervigilance. Vince installed additional security cameras and changed all the locks. We told the other employees to report anything unusual immediately. I volunteered for extra shifts, driven by a compulsive need to understand what was happening. Sunday night, I was closing with Rita. The store had been quiet all evening and nothing unusual had occurred. As closing time approached, Rita counted the register while I did a final walkthrough of the aisles. All clear, I called from the back of the store. Just need to check the restrooms. The men's restroom was empty. As I approached the women's, I heard something, a faint scratching sound like pen on paper. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Rita? I called out. Are you in there? No response. The scratching continued. Fighting every instinct to flee, I pushed the door open slowly. The restroom appeared empty at first glance. 3 stalls with doors closed, sinks, hand dryers. Nothing unusual. Then I noticed water pooling on the floor, spreading outward from the last stall. The scratching sound grew louder. Hello? My voice sounded weak, tremulous. Is someone there? The scratching stopped abruptly. For several seconds, absolute silence filled the space. Then, from behind the last stall door came a voice, dry and rasping, like pages turning. Recording progress, it said. Subject continues to demonstrate awareness. Intervention may be necessary. The stall door began to open. I didn't stay to see what emerged. Adrenaline propelled me backward. I slammed the main restroom door shut and ran to the front counter. We need to leave. Now, I told Rita, grabbing her arm. What's wrong? She looked alarmed, resisting my pull. There's someone in the women's restroom. I think it's the person who's been breaking in. Rita's eyes widened. Should we call the police? No time. Just grab your things. We hurried to the exit, not bothering to finish closing procedures. As Rita stepped outside, I glanced back toward the restrooms. The hallway lights flickered and a thin shadow stretched along the wall, impossibly elongated, moving with unnatural fluidity. I slammed the door behind us and made sure it locked automatically. We stood in the parking lot, breathing heavily, the October night air sharp in our lungs. What did you see in there? Rita asked. I couldn't form a coherent explanation. I don't know, just someone who shouldn't be there. But how did they get in? We've been here all evening. I had no answer that wouldn't sound delusional. Rita insisted on calling the police. I waited with her until they arrived, then watched as 2 officers entered the store with flashlights. They emerged 20 minutes later, reporting they'd found nothing unusual except a running sink in the women's restroom. One officer stayed to review the security footage with us. The cameras showed Rita and me throughout the evening, customers coming and going, but no one entering the restrooms who didn't come out again. The last stall in the women's restroom remained empty each time someone entered the frame. Could be a plumbing issue causing the water, the officer suggested. As for the scratching sound, old buildings make all sorts of noises. His explanation was reasonable, logical, but it didn't account for the voice I'd heard or the shadow I'd seen. After the police left, Rita offered to drive me home, sensing my distress. I accepted gratefully, afraid to be alone with my thoughts. "Ross," she said as we reached my flat, "maybe you should take a few days off. You've been working too hard lately." I nodded absently, knowing I wouldn't. Whatever was happening at Blockbuster, I needed to understand it. That night, I dreamed of endless rows of shelves, not filled with movies but with red notebooks. In each one, my name was written over and over, the ink still wet, dripping like blood onto the pages. Monday morning arrived with a sense of inevitability. I woke early after another restless night and headed to Blockbuster before my scheduled shift. I needed time alone in the store to search for answers. The parking lot was empty when I arrived, the sky still dark with pre-dawn gloom. Using my key, I entered through the back door and disarmed the security system. The store felt different in the half-light, larger, emptier, the shelves creating long shadows across the floor. I went directly to the office and reviewed the overnight security footage. Nothing unusual appeared until 3:17 a.m., exactly the same time as the previous incident. The cameras showed static briefly, then resumed normal recording. During those few seconds of interference, something had changed in the store. A single DVD case now lay in the center of the main aisle. I found it exactly where the footage indicated. The Ledger, an obscure film I'd never heard of. The case felt unusually heavy. Inside was not a DVD, but another notebook, larger than the previous one. With trembling hands, I opened it. The first pages contained names I didn't recognize, dozens of them, each with dates stretching back years. Further in, I found familiar names, previous Blockbuster employees who had quit unexpectedly or transferred without explanation. Then came pages dedicated to current staff. Vince had the most extensive entries, detailing his routines, habits, even conversations recounted verbatim. Rita, Jenna, and other part-timers each had several pages. My section was the longest. It documented my arrival in town after university, my application to Blockbuster, daily activities both in and outside work. The level of detail suggested I'd been watched continuously for months. More disturbing were the assessments. Subject displays unusual perceptive abilities, recommended for further study, potential candidate for collection. The final pages contained something different. Diagrams of what appeared to be recording equipment, unlike any technology I recognized. Notes in the margins referred to behavioral documentation and specimen selection. The implications turned my blood to ice. This wasn't a prank or hallucination. Someone, or some organization, had been systematically observing staff at Blockbuster stores, possibly for years, documenting behavior like scientists studying laboratory animals. The last entry, dated that very morning, read, "Final observation phase complete. Subject Ross demonstrates highest awareness levels recorded. Collection scheduled for tonight." As I read those words, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath fogged in front of my face. The familiar scratching sound began, first distant, then seeming to come from just behind me. I spun around. The office door remained closed, but a shadow moved beneath it, darker than the absence of light should allow. The door handle turned slowly. I backed against the far wall, clutching the notebook like a shield. The door opened a few inches, then stopped. In the narrow gap, I glimpsed a thin, pale hand with elongated fingers, nails like nibs of fountain pens. "Return the ledger," came the dry, papery voice I'd heard in the restroom. "It is not for you." "What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely audible. A thin chuckle. "Merely an observer, a recorder of human behavior. Your species is fascinating." "Human behavior? For what purpose?" The door opened wider. The figure I'd seen at the counter began to enter, the thin man in the red suit, his wire-rimmed glasses reflecting light that didn't exist in the dim office. "Some specimens display unique characteristics," he said, his voice unnaturally precise. "You sense things others don't, notice details they miss. Such awareness is valuable." I gripped the desk edge, fighting waves of dizziness. "What happens during collection?" Another chuckle. "You would not comprehend the process. But your awareness would be preserved, studied. A great honor, really." The man took another step forward, extending one bony hand. "The ledger, please, then we can proceed." In that moment, clarity cut through my fear. Whatever this entity was, human or otherwise, it operated by rules. It needed its records. It needed consent. No, I said firmly, surprising myself with my steady voice. You can't have it, and you can't have me. The thin man's expression shifted. Surprise, then something like respect. Interesting. Resistance at this phase is unusual. He adjusted his glasses. Perhaps further observation is required before collection. He withdrew slightly, his form becoming less distinct. Keep the ledger for now. It will find its way back to me eventually. They always do. With that cryptic statement, he stepped backward through the doorway. By the time I gathered the courage to follow, the hallway was empty. I quit Blockbuster that day, explaining to Vince that I'd found a job opportunity elsewhere. He seemed to understand there was more to my decision but didn't press for details. I moved back to my parents' home the following week, abandoning most of my possessions in the flat. The notebook, the ledger, I sealed in a lockbox and buried in my parents' garden. Sometimes I'm tempted to dig it up, to see if its contents have changed or if it's even still there. But the fear of drawing attention back to myself is stronger. I don't know if other Blockbuster stores experienced similar phenomena or if ours was unique. The company's eventual bankruptcy and closure perhaps rendered the question moot. Years have passed, but I still feel watched sometimes, in crowded places, on empty streets, in the moments before sleep claims me. I've trained myself not to look too hard at shadows or reflections, not to acknowledge the occasional scratching sounds I hear in quiet rooms. One question still haunts me, though. What was written in that ledger about the others who came before me? And where are they now? There is a reason why I have to be talked into camping every time it comes up in conversation with either friends or family. I don't mind the outdoors, and I don't mind nature. I just feel like I want to sleep in bed and not on the ground in a tent. In summer 2019, my boyfriend Michael talked me into going camping, but this time we would be staying in a cabin so I could sleep in a bed. I still voted for the ocean, but at least I was actually going to be sleeping in a bed. Come on, it'll be different this time, Michael insisted as he showed me pictures of the rental cabin online. Look, real walls, real roof, real beds. Plus Jessica and Ryan are coming, and Amber and Kevin too. I scrolled through the photos skeptically. The cabin did look decent, rustic but clean, with 3 bedrooms, a small kitchen, and a living area with a fireplace. Located in the Northwoods, about 4 hours from our apartment in the city, it promised seclusion and tranquility. A pristine lake was visible in some of the photographs, the water reflecting the surrounding pine trees like a mirror. Fine, I sighed, giving in. But you're packing the car, and I'm bringing my own pillow. The week before our departure, I found myself oddly anxious. I had trouble focusing at work, my mind drifting to the dark, dense forest surrounding the cabin. I'd grown up in suburban areas, where streetlights illuminated every corner and neighbors lived just feet away. The thought of being so isolated made me uneasy. You're overthinking this, Michael said as he loaded our luggage into the trunk early Friday morning. It's just a weekend in nature. People do it all the time. The drive was pleasant enough. We followed Jessica and Ryan's car, while Amber and Kevin would meet us there, coming from a different city. Michael played his road trip playlist, and we stopped at a diner for lunch. As we got closer to our destination, paved roads gave way to gravel, and eventually to a narrow dirt path that wound through increasingly dense forest. Are you sure this is right? I asked, gripping the door handle as the car bounced over ruts and rocks. The owner said it's a bit remote, Michael replied, squinting at the GPS. That's part of the charm. When we finally arrived, I had to admit the place looked idyllic. The cabin sat in a small clearing surrounded by towering pines. Sunlight filtered through the branches, creating dappled patterns on the ground. A narrow path led from the cabin down to the lake, which sparkled invitingly in the afternoon sun. Amber and Kevin were already there, unpacking their car. They waved excitedly as we pulled up. "This place is perfect," Amber exclaimed, hugging me. "So much better than that campground we stayed at last year." We spent the next hour unpacking and claiming bedrooms. Michael and I took the room with the large window overlooking the forest. The wooden walls were adorned with a few rustic decorations, a mounted deer head, some faded photographs of the lake, and an old-fashioned fishing rod. I ran my hand along the windowsill, noticing how the wood felt rough and unfinished. Outside, the forest seemed to stretch endlessly, the trees so close together that I couldn't see more than 30 feet in. As I stood there, I had the distinct feeling of being watched. though I couldn't see anyone or anything. Just trees, shadows, and silence. The first day was surprisingly enjoyable. After settling in, we explored the area around the cabin, following a trail that looped through the forest and back to the lake. The exercise and fresh air lifted my spirits, and I began to think that perhaps this trip wouldn't be so bad after all. The lake was smaller than it had appeared in the photos, but crystal clear. We could see smooth rocks at the bottom near the shore, giving way to darker depths further out. A weathered wooden dock extended about 20 feet into the water, with a small rowboat tied to one of the posts. "Who's up for a swim?" Kevin called out, already pulling his shirt over his head. Soon we were all in the water, splashing and laughing like children. The water was cold but refreshing after our hike, and for a few hours I forgot my apprehensions about being so isolated. In the late afternoon, we returned to the cabin to prepare dinner. Michael and Ryan fired up the grill on the back deck, and soon the aroma of cooking meat filled the air. Jessica and I prepared a salad while Amber uncorked a bottle of wine. "This was a great idea," I admitted to Michael as we ate on the deck, watching the sun begin its descent behind the trees. "I'm glad you convinced me to come." After dinner, we built a fire in the pit near the cabin and sat around it, drinking beer and reminiscing about previous trips. The flames cast flickering shadows on our faces, and occasionally we heard rustling in the underbrush. "Probably small animals," Michael assured me. Around midnight, we decided to call it a night. The cabin, warm and solid, felt safe compared to the dark forest outside. Michael fell asleep almost immediately, but I lay awake, listening. The silence was profound, occasionally broken by the hooting of an owl or the distant cry of some unknown animal. Then I heard it, a soft, persistent noise just outside our window. Not quite footsteps, but something moving, something deliberate. I strained to identify the sound, my heart beating faster. It could have been the wind, or branches scraping against the side of the cabin. But there was a rhythm to it that seemed too regular, too intentional. I nudged Michael, but he merely grunted and rolled over. The sound continued for what felt like hours, sometimes fading, sometimes growing louder. Eventually, exhaustion overcame my anxiety, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. The next morning, I mentioned the noise to the others over breakfast. "Probably just forest creatures," Ryan said, mouthful of pancake. "Raccoons, maybe." "Or it could be Bigfoot," Kevin added with a wink. I tried to laugh it off, but something about those sounds had disturbed me deeply. After breakfast, I stepped outside to examine the area near our bedroom window. The ground was covered with pine needles and leaves, but I noticed something odd, a clear path where the debris had been disturbed, as if something had been pacing back and forth repeatedly. We were preparing for a longer hike that morning, packing water bottles and snacks into backpacks. I was kneeling on the ground, tying my hiking boots, when a deep voice boomed from behind us. "Well, hello there. Beautiful day for a hike, isn't it?" We all jumped, startled by the sudden intrusion. Standing at the edge of the clearing was a large man, easily 6'3", with a protruding stomach and a ruddy, smiling face beneath a sweat-stained baseball cap. He wore cargo pants and a flannel shirt despite the summer heat, and carried a well-worn backpack. "I'm Gregory," he announced, stepping forward with his hand extended. "Local guide and nature enthusiast. Saw you folks arrive yesterday. How are you settling in?" Michael, always friendly, shook Gregory's hand and introduced our group. I hung back, studying our unexpected visitor. There was something unsettling about the way his smile never quite reached his eyes, which constantly darted around, taking in the cabin, our cars, our equipment. "Just wanted to welcome you to our little slice of paradise," Gregory continued, rocking back on his heels. "Not many folks know these trails like I do. Been walking them since I was knee-high to a grasshopper." "Do you live nearby?" Jessica asked politely. Gregory gestured vaguely toward the forest. "Just over the ridge. Got a little place to myself. Nothing fancy like this cabin, but it suits me fine." He proceeded to recommend several hiking trails, speaking rapidly and with excessive detail about landmarks and wildlife we might encounter. The whole time, he kept shifting his weight from foot to foot, his hands never still, either adjusting his cap or fiddling with the straps of his backpack. "Well, don't let me keep you," he finally said, glancing at his watch. "Enjoy your hike. Maybe I'll see you folks around." As he walked away, disappearing between the trees, an uncomfortable silence fell over our group. "That was weird," Ryan finally said. "He seemed nice enough," Michael replied, but I could tell he was also unsettled. Probably just a local being friendly. Did anyone else notice he knew we arrived yesterday? I asked quietly. How long was he watching us before he decided to approach? Jessica shivered despite the warm morning. Let's just go on our hike. Different direction than he suggested, maybe? We set off on a trail heading east, away from where Gregory had indicated. The forest was beautiful in the daylight, sunlight streaming through the canopy to create beams of gold among the shadows. Birds called to each other overhead, and occasionally a squirrel would dart across our path. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being observed. Several times I stopped and turned quickly, expecting to catch a glimpse of someone following us. But there was never anything there, just trees and more trees, stretching in every direction. The trail eventually led us to a small waterfall cascading into a clear pool. We stopped to rest and have a snack, but the carefree mood of the previous day had evaporated. Everyone seemed on edge, conversations starting and stopping awkwardly. I caught Jessica glancing over her shoulder more than once. On our way back to the cabin, I could have sworn I heard footsteps paralleling our path, just out of sight in the dense undergrowth. When I mentioned it, Kevin assured me it was probably just an echo of our own footsteps, but I wasn't convinced. That afternoon, we decided to spend some time at the lake. The water looked inviting after our hike, and we hoped the open space would ease the claustrophobic feeling that had begun to creep over us in the forest. We spread towels on the dock and took turns swimming. The day had grown hot, and the cool water was a welcome relief. For a while, we managed to forget about Gregory and the strange noises from the night before. I was floating on my back, eyes closed against the bright sun, when Jessica's voice jolted me upright. Oh my God, he's back. Standing at the shoreline, watching us with that same fixed smile, was Gregory. He waved enthusiastically when he saw us notice him. There you are. Thought I might find you cooling off. Smart move on a day like this. We all exchanged uncomfortable glances as Gregory kicked off his boots and rolled up his pant legs, then walked out onto the dock to join us. Up close, I noticed things I hadn't before. A scar running from his left ear to his chin, yellowed teeth behind that constant smile, dirt embedded so deeply under his fingernails that it looked permanent. How was your hike? He asked, settling himself at the end of the dock, dangling his feet in the water. Find anything interesting? It was nice, Michael answered cautiously. We found a small waterfall. Ah, Bridal Falls. Pretty spot. Did you see the cave behind it? There's a cave? Amber asked. Gregory's eyes lit up. Oh yes, not many know about it. I could show you tomorrow if you'd like. We've already made plans, but thanks, I said quickly, ignoring Michael's questioning look. Gregory nodded, continuing to smile, but I noticed his hands had clenched into fists. Sure, another time maybe. For nearly an hour, he sat with us, talking almost non-stop about the area, local legends, his experiences in the forest. He never directly answered questions about himself, where he worked, how long he'd lived here, why he spent so much time wandering the woods alone. Whenever the conversation turned personal, he would redirect with another story or observation. Most disturbing was how he would occasionally stop mid-sentence, tilt his head as if listening to something only he could hear, then nod slightly before continuing. Each time this happened, I felt a fresh wave of unease wash over me. Finally, he stood abruptly. Well, I should get going. Lots to do before sundown. As he walked away, he paused at the edge of the forest and turned back. Lock your doors tonight. Bears have been active lately. We watched in silence as he disappeared among the trees. Okay, that was definitely creepy, Kevin said once Gregory was out of earshot. Maybe we should leave early, Amber suggested, wrapping her towel tightly around her shoulders despite the heat. Michael sighed. Let's not overreact. He's odd, sure, but harmless. Probably just lonely and socially awkward. I don't know, Jessica said softly. There's something off about him. The way he looks at us when he thinks we're not paying attention. I hadn't noticed this, and the thought sent a fresh wave of anxiety through me. What do you mean? It's like he's assessing us, calculating something. I can't explain it exactly. We returned to the cabin in subdued spirits. As we prepared dinner, I couldn't help checking the windows periodically, half expecting to see Gregory's face pressed against the glass. That night, I made sure all doors and windows were locked before going to bed. Michael thought I was overreacting, but humored me. I lay awake long after he fell asleep, listening to the sounds of the forest. Every creak of the cabin's wooden frame, every whisper of wind through the trees outside sent my heart racing. The following day passed without any sign of Gregory. We stayed close to the cabin, playing card games and preparing a large barbecue dinner. As evening approached, we built a fire in the pit and gathered around it with drinks and s'mores ingredients. The mood had lightened considerably. Kevin told jokes, Amber sang a few songs, and Michael kept the fire burning steadily. The forest no longer seemed so threatening in the warm glow of the flames. "See? Nothing to worry about," Michael whispered, squeezing my hand. "Gregory's probably found some other hikers to bother." I smiled, allowing myself to relax for the first time in 24 hours. The night was clear, with countless stars visible through the gap in the trees above us. The air smelled of pine and wood smoke, and the only sounds were our voices and the crackling of the fire. We were in the middle of a ghost story, Ryan doing his best to create a spooky atmosphere, when a twig snapped loudly in the darkness beyond our circle of light. We all fell silent, straining to hear. Another snap, closer this time. "Hello?" Michael called out. "Is someone there?" Silence. Then suddenly, Gregory burst from the trees directly behind Kevin and Amber, who screamed in surprise. He was laughing, a high-pitched, unnatural sound that echoed through the clearing. "Got you good?" he wheezed, doubling over with laughter. "You should see your faces." His appearance was even more disheveled than before, clothes dirty and torn in places, a fresh scratch across his forehead, eyes bloodshot and wild. He smelled strongly of sweat and something else, something chemical that I couldn't identify. "What the hell, man?" Ryan stood up, fists clenched. "That wasn't funny." Gregory's laughter cut off abruptly, his face shifting to an expression of wounded innocence. "Just having a little fun. Thought it might add to your ghost stories." "You scared us half to death," Jessica said, her voice shaking. "How long were you watching us?" I asked, the question slipping out before I could stop it. Something dark flickered across Gregory's face. "Not watching, just passing by. Saw your fire." He paused, head tilting in that now familiar listening pose. "Just wanted to say hello." Michael stepped forward. "Look, Gregory, we appreciate your enthusiasm, but it's late, and you can't just sneak up on people like that. It's not appropriate." "Not appropriate," Gregory repeated quietly, nodding to himself. His hands began to twitch at his sides. "Not appropriate, I understand." The tension in the air was palpable as Gregory continued to stand there, swaying slightly, his gaze moving from face to face. No one spoke or moved. The fire popped loudly, sending up a shower of sparks, and Gregory flinched as if struck. "Sorry to bother you folks," he finally said, his voice flat. "Won't happen again." He backed away slowly, still facing us, until he reached the edge of the tree line. There he stood watching for a moment longer before turning and walking into the forest. Even after he disappeared from view, we could hear him muttering to himself, his voice gradually fading into the distance. "I think we should go inside," Amber whispered, clutching Kevin's arm. No one argued. We quickly doused the fire and gathered our things, glancing nervously at the surrounding darkness. Inside the cabin, we double-checked all locks and pulled the curtains closed. "This is getting out of hand," Ryan said, pacing the living room. "That guy is clearly unstable." "Maybe we should call someone," Jessica suggested. "The rental owner? The police?" Michael shook his head. "And say what? That a weird local guy is being overly friendly and startled us? They'd laugh it off." "We could leave first thing in the morning," I proposed. "Cut the trip short by one day." After some discussion, we agreed this was the best plan. No one wanted to risk another encounter with Gregory, whose behavior was becoming increasingly erratic. We decided to pack up immediately, so we'd be ready to leave at first light. As we prepared for bed, Jessica pulled me aside. "Do you think he might come back tonight?" I wanted to reassure her, but couldn't bring myself to lie. "I don't know. Let's make sure everything is secure." I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The bedroom was pitch black, the forest outside silent. For a moment I couldn't identify what had disturbed my sleep. Then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping on the window. Beside me, Michael stirred. "What's that noise?" I gripped his arm. "Someone's at the window." The tapping continued, gentle but insistent. We lay frozen, barely breathing. Then faintly I heard a voice. "I know you're awake in there. I can see you breathing." Michael sat up slowly, motioning for me to stay down. He reached for his phone on the nightstand, turning on the flashlight function. "I'm going to look," he whispered. "No, don't," I pleaded. but he was already moving toward the window. Carefully, he pulled back the edge of the curtain, just enough to peer out. The beam from his phone illuminated a small section of the yard outside. For a second, nothing. Then a face appeared directly in front of the window. Gregory's face, eyes wide and unblinking, nose pressed against the glass. Michael stumbled backward with a shout of alarm. I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat before I could stop it. We heard movement from the other bedrooms, our friends awakening, calling out questions. "He's outside the window," Michael called back, his voice strained. "Gregory's outside, watching us." The tapping moved from our window to the front door. Slow at first, then faster, harder, becoming a pounding that shook the entire cabin. With each impact, the doorframe creaked ominously. "Let me in," Gregory called, his voice muffled but clearly audible. "I just want to talk. I need to explain something important." Ryan and Kevin appeared in our doorway, both looking terrified. "What's happening?" "Call the police," Michael said, handing his phone to Ryan. "Now." The pounding stopped as suddenly as it had begun. In the silence that followed, we could hear Gregory moving around the perimeter of the cabin, trying each window, each door. The floorboards creaked as we gathered in the hallway, huddled together, listening to his movements. "Police are on their way," Ryan whispered, returning Michael's phone. "They said it could be up to 30 minutes. Amber began to cry softly. Jessica put an arm around her, though she was trembling herself. "What does he want from us?" "I don't know," I said. "But he can't get in. Everything's locked." As if in direct response to my words, we heard a new sound, the scrape of metal against metal, coming from the kitchen, the back door. "He's trying to pick the lock," Kevin hissed. We moved as one to the living room, furthest from the kitchen. Michael grabbed a poker from beside the fireplace, holding it like a weapon. Kevin armed himself with a heavy lamp, its cord dangling. The scraping continued, punctuated by muttering. We could make out phrases. "Need to show them. They'll understand. Almost there." Then, a different sound. Glass breaking. A window in the kitchen. "He's coming in," Jessica whispered, voice tight with terror. We heard Gregory climb through the window, his breathing heavy and irregular. His footsteps moved across the kitchen floor, accompanied by more muttering. "Hello?" he called, his voice eerily calm. "Don't be afraid. I just want to talk." Michael positioned himself in front of the living room doorway, poker raised. The rest of us pressed against the far wall, Amber still crying, Jessica now praying under her breath. Gregory's footsteps approached slowly. A floorboard creaked just outside the living room. Then his silhouette appeared in the doorway, a massive, looming presence in the darkness. "There you are," he said softly. "All of you together. That's good." "Stay back," Michael warned, raising the poker higher. "The police are on their way." Gregory laughed, that same high, unnatural sound from earlier. "Police won't understand. Only you can understand. I need to show you something. Something important." He took a step forward into the thin beam of moonlight coming through a gap in the curtains. His face was scratched and dirty, eyes fever-bright, smile fixed and unnatural. In his right hand, he held something that glinted metallically. "Look what I found," he said, holding it up. A large hunting knife, the blade catching the moonlight. "Beautiful, isn't it? I keep it very sharp." Michael lunged forward with the poker, shouting, "Get back!" Gregory dodged with surprising agility for his size. He retreated a step, still smiling, still holding the knife. Now. That's not necessary. I'm not going to hurt anyone. I just need to show you something in the forest. Something wonderful." "We're not going anywhere with you," Ryan said, his voice cracking with fear. Gregory's smile faltered. "But you have to. It's important. I've been preparing it for days." "Preparing what?" I asked, immediately regretting drawing his attention. His eyes found mine, and his smile returned, wider than ever. "The surprise, in the cave, behind the waterfall, all for you." He took another step forward. Michael swung the poker again, and this time connected with Gregory's arm. He howled in pain, dropping the knife, which clattered to the floor. In the distance, we heard sirens. Gregory's head snapped up, his expression changing from pain to fury in an instant. "No! There's not enough time now. You've ruined it." He backed toward the doorway, clutching his injured arm. "This isn't over. I'll find you again. We're connected now, all of us." Before anyone could respond, he turned and ran through the kitchen. We heard the back door slam, followed by rapid footsteps receding into the forest. We remained frozen in place until headlights swept across the windows and car doors slammed outside. Only then did the full impact of what had happened hit me, and I collapsed to the floor, my entire body shaking uncontrollably. The police arrived with guns drawn, responding to our report of an armed intruder. They found us huddled in the living room, the hunting knife still on the floor where Gregory had dropped it. 2 officers searched the cabin and surrounding area while a third, a middle-aged woman named Officer Martinez, took our statements. She listened carefully, making notes, her expression grave. "Do you know this man? Gregory?" she asked when we had finished. We shook our heads. "Has he told you his last name or where exactly he lives?" Again, no. Officer Martinez sighed, closing her notebook. "I think I know who you're describing. Gregory Parsons. He lives in a cabin about 3 miles from here, deep in the forest. No electricity, no running water." "Is he dangerous?" Jessica asked, her voice small. The officer hesitated. "He has a history of mental health issues. Usually he's harmless, eccentric, overly friendly but not violent. However, he's been off his medication recently, according to his sister. She reported him missing 2 days ago." This information sent a chill through the room. Gregory had been watching us, possibly following us for our entire stay, while in the midst of some kind of psychological episode. "What was he planning to show us?" I asked, remembering his fixation on the cave behind the waterfall. Officer Martinez shook her head. "Hard to say. In his condition, it could be anything or nothing. Sometimes he collects things, animal bones, interesting rocks, old machinery, creates elaborate displays in the forest." The other officers returned, reporting no sign of Gregory in the immediate vicinity. "He knows these woods better than anyone," one of them added. "If he doesn't want to be found, we won't find him tonight." They offered to escort us to the nearest motel or to stay and guard the cabin until morning. After a brief discussion, we decided to leave immediately. None of us could bear the thought of spending another minute in that cabin, knowing Gregory was still out there, possibly watching. As we packed our belongings in a frantic rush, Officer Martinez pulled me aside. "There's something you should know," she said quietly. "This isn't the first time Gregory has fixated on visitors to these cabins. Last summer, a family left early after reporting similar encounters." I swallowed hard. "What happened to them?" "Nothing physically, but the children had nightmares for months afterward." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "Gregory isn't necessarily dangerous in the conventional sense, but his obsessions are intense, and, in his current state, unpredictable." We followed the police cruiser down the narrow dirt road, headlights illuminating only a small portion of the dense forest on either side. Every shadow, every movement among the trees sent my heart racing. I kept imagining Gregory running parallel to our car, staying just out of sight, watching, waiting. At the main road, Officer Martinez pointed us toward the nearest town with accommodations. We thanked her, and she promised to call when they located Gregory. As we drove away, I looked back at the dark mass of forest receding behind us. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing at the roadside, tall, still, watching our departure. But it was gone in the next instant, and I convinced myself it had been nothing more than a tree trunk or a trick of the moonlight. That was 2 years ago. The police found Gregory 3 days later, asleep in the cave behind the waterfall. He was hospitalized and, according to Officer Martinez, who called to update us, put back on his medication. She assured us that he was no longer a threat, that with proper treatment, his fixations and delusions would subside. I wanted to believe her. I tried to. For months afterward, I jumped at unexpected noises, couldn't sleep with the curtains open, avoided hiking and camping despite Michael's gentle encouragement. The 6 of us who shared that experience rarely spoke of it, as if by silent agreement. When we did get together, the conversation would flow naturally until someone mentioned the woods or camping, and then an uncomfortable silence would fall. Michael and I broke up 6 months later. There were other reasons, of course, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed between us that weekend. Some invisible barrier had formed, born from the moment he faced Gregory in that darkened living room while I cowered against the wall. Last week, I received a letter. No return address, just my name and address printed in neat block letters. Inside was a single piece of paper with a short message. "I still think about our time together. The cave is ready for your visit. I've made it beautiful for you. We're still connected, always watching. G. I reported it to the police immediately. They told me they would investigate, but didn't seem particularly concerned. Gregory hadn't technically threatened me, they pointed out, and the postmark showed it had been mailed from a town over 200 miles away. That should have been reassuring. Instead, it only confirmed what I've suspected all along. That distance means nothing to Gregory. That in his mind, we are still connected, still part of whatever narrative he has constructed. I've moved twice since that weekend, changed my phone number, deleted social media accounts, but somehow he found me. Last night I woke at 3 a.m., suddenly and completely alert. The apartment was silent, but something had disturbed my sleep. I lay still, listening. Nothing. Then, faintly, I heard it. A soft, rhythmic tapping on my bedroom window. The familiar sound transported me instantly back to that night in the cabin, frozen in terror beside Michael. I didn't look, couldn't look. I pulled the covers over my head like a child and stayed that way until morning, when sunlight finally gave me the courage to approach the window. There was nothing there, of course. No footprints in the flower bed below, no smudges on the glass. Just the branch of a tree, moving gently in the breeze, occasionally brushing against the window. A logical explanation. A reasonable explanation. But I'm having my locks changed today. And I've started looking at apartments in other states, because there is a reason why I have to be talked into camping every time it comes up. And now there's a reason why I check my windows and doors 3 times before going to bed, why I can't sleep with my back to the door, why the sound of footsteps behind me on the street makes my heart race and my palms sweat. His name is Gregory, and somewhere in the darkness of the forest he's still waiting for me to come back and see what he's prepared. Still believing we're connected, still watching. And the most terrifying thought of all is that maybe in some way I can't understand or explain, we are connected. Because I can feel his presence even now, hundreds of miles away, as clearly as if he were standing right behind me, breathing softly, waiting for me to turn around. I never will. The highways of America are veins that pump life through this country's beating heart, an endless network of asphalt arteries traversed by those of us who make our living behind the wheel. Some folks call us the backbone of American commerce. Others barely notice us at all. But we're there, day and night, hauling everything from breakfast cereal to construction materials across this vast landscape. I've been one of those invisible giants for most of my adult life. The name's Leroy Kentrell, veteran trucker with almost 2 decades on the road when the summer of 2009 rolled around. That July changed everything for me. Changed how I see the world. Changed who I trust. Changed what I believe about the darkness that lurks in the spaces between towns, in the shadows beyond headlights, in the hearts of strangers. The morning of July 17th started like any other. I climbed into my Freightliner after my mandatory rest period at a truck stop outside St. Louis. The load was straightforward, steel beams bound for a construction site in southern Missouri. Nothing unusual about the cargo, the route, or the timeline. Just another day in the life. I remember checking my mirrors as I pulled onto I-55 southbound, my thermos of coffee secure in its holder, the familiar vibration of 18 wheels on pavement beneath me. The cab smelled of vinyl seats warmed by the summer sun, air freshener struggling against the lingering scent of fast food and road dust. My dispatcher had loaded me up with enough country music to last the trip, and Waylon Jennings was keeping me company as I merged into traffic. "Looks like clear sailing today, old girl," I said to my truck. Talking to her was a habit I'd developed over the years. Truckers get lonely, and sometimes your rig is the closest thing to a companion you've got. I named her Betsy when I first got her, though the years had worn away at her shine. The day progressed normally. I stopped for fuel around noon, grabbed a sandwich, and checked in with dispatch. Nothing remarkable. By mid-afternoon, I was making good time, the summer heat rippling off the highway ahead of me like a mirage. The forecast had called for temperatures in the high 90s, and they weren't wrong. My air conditioning was working overtime, the vents blasting cool air that barely kept the sweat from beading on my forehead. As the afternoon wore on, I started planning my next stop. There was a decent truck stop outside Springfield where I figured I'd grab some dinner and catch some sleep. The rhythm of the road had me in its familiar trance, that meditative state long-haul drivers know well, where your body handles the mechanics of driving while your mind wanders. The landscape had changed as I headed south. The flat farmlands gave way to the gentle rolling hills of the Ozarks. By late afternoon, I was deep into the Mark Twain National Forest, surrounded by dense woodland that crowded close to the highway. Beautiful country in the daylight, all green and gold in the summer sun. But as shadows lengthened across the road, the forest took on a different character. Have you ever noticed how darkness transforms a place? How familiar shapes become sinister, how silence grows teeth? That evening, as the sun began its descent behind the tree line, I felt an unusual uneasiness creep into my normally steady nerves. The forest seemed to press in on Highway 60, the trees standing like sentinels, watching, waiting. For what? I couldn't say. I'd driven this stretch dozens of times before. Nothing special about it. Just a remote highway cutting through national forest land, connecting small towns that most folks had never heard of. But something felt different that evening. The air inside the cab seemed heavier somehow, charged with a static electricity I couldn't explain. I remember checking my watch. 7:44 p.m. The sun was setting earlier than I expected, shadows stretching across the road like grasping fingers. I switched on my high beams as I crossed over the Black River, the water below dark and still, reflecting the deepening twilight. The radio signal had started to fade, static cutting into Johnny Cash's rumbling baritone. I reached to adjust it, and that's when I first spotted the pickup truck on the side of the road ahead. Just a beat-up old Ford, hood up, hazard lights blinking weakly in the gathering dusk. And a figure, a man, waving his arms frantically at the edge of the asphalt. Now, I've been around long enough to know that caution is warranted in situations like this. The road can be a dangerous place, especially for those of us who travel alone. But there's also that unwritten code among drivers, particularly in remote areas like this. You help when you can. Because someday, it might be you stranded on some deserted stretch of highway, praying the next vehicle that passes will stop. I eased off the accelerator, feeling the weight of the load behind me as the truck began to slow. Through my windshield, I could see the man more clearly now. Middle-aged, wearing what looked like a baseball cap and flannel. Nothing immediately threatening about his appearance. "What do you think, Betsy?" I asked my truck as I flipped on my turn signal. "We got time to play Good Samaritan?" The engine rumbled in response as I carefully pulled onto the shoulder, gravel crunching beneath my tires. I set the brake and let the engine idle, taking a moment to survey my surroundings. The forest had grown darker in the minutes since I'd first spotted the pickup. The trees were now silhouettes against a darkening purple sky, their uppermost branches still catching the last golden light of day. No other vehicles were visible in either direction. Just me, my truck, and this stranger with his broken-down pickup on a lonely stretch of highway. "Well," I said to myself, reaching for the door handle, "let's see what we're dealing with here." I couldn't have known then what opening that door would set in motion. Couldn't have imagined the terror that awaited me down that highway. If I had, I would have locked my doors, stomped on the accelerator, and never looked back. But hindsight, as they say, is 20/20ths. And some lessons can only be learned the hard way. The evening air hit me like a wet blanket as I climbed down from the cab, hot and thick with humidity, carrying the scent of pine and something else. Something almost medicinal that I couldn't quite place. Crickets had started their nightly chorus from the forest's edge, the sound rising and falling in waves. I took my time approaching the stranded motorist, sizing him up as I walked. He was shorter than me by a good 4 inches, maybe 5'8", with a stocky build beneath his flannel shirt. His beard was patchy and gray, and sweat had plastered his thinning hair to his forehead beneath his cap. The logo on the cap was faded beyond recognition, frayed at the edges like its owner. "Hey man, need a hand?" I called out, still keeping a respectable distance. Relief washed over his face as he turned toward me. Up close, I could see the deep lines around his eyes and mouth, the kind that come from years of squinting into the sun and wind. "Thank God you stopped," he said, his voice carrying a slight southern drawl. "I'm Ray. Truck just up and died on me. Think it's the alternator?" I glanced at his pickup. It was at least 20 years old, rust eating away at the wheel wells and tailgate. The hood was propped open with a piece of wood, revealing an engine that had clearly seen better days. "How long you been out here?" I asked, stepping closer to peer at the engine. It was a mess of corroded parts and makeshift repairs that told the story of a vehicle kept running on prayers and duct tape. "Couple hours," Ray sighed, wiping sweat from his brow with a rag that had probably once been white. "Had a few cars pass by, but nobody stopped till you." I nodded, understanding all too well. "You try calling for help?" I asked, though I already suspected the answer. Cell reception was spotty at best in these parts. Ray pulled out a flip phone from his pocket. No service. Been trying every 5 minutes or so. I pulled out my own phone to confirm what I already knew. No bars. Any chance you could give me a ride to the nearest town? Ray asked, his eyes hopeful. Hate to leave my truck, but I don't see much choice. I sized him up again, instincts honed by years on the road scanning for any red flags. Ray looked harmless enough, exhausted, frustrated, but not dangerous. Just a man down on his luck. And hadn't I been there myself more than once? Sure, hop in, I said after a moment's consideration. Nearest town's about 20 miles up the road. You can probably get a tow from there. Relief washed over Ray's face. I appreciate it more than you know. Let me just grab my bag. He reached into the cab of his pickup and pulled out a small duffel. Nothing suspicious about it, just a worn canvas bag that had seen better days. He locked up his truck, though I wondered why he bothered. There wasn't much worth stealing, and we were in the middle of nowhere. As we walked back to my rig, I noticed Ray glancing nervously over his shoulder at the darkening forest. Something wrong? I asked. He startled slightly. Nah, just... These woods give me the creeps after dark. Always feel like something's watching, you know? I knew exactly what he meant. There was something primally unsettling about forests at night. Something that reached back to our ancestors huddled around fires, listening to sounds in the darkness. But I'd never been one to indulge those feelings. Just your imagination, I said as I climbed back into the driver's seat. Though I will say, this stretch does get pretty lonely after sunset. Ray hoisted himself into the passenger seat, setting his duffel at his feet. You're telling me. Thanks again for stopping. Name's Ray Darden, by the way. Leroy Kentrell, I replied, starting up the engine. Been driving these roads for almost 20 years now. We got moving again, the big rig lumbering back onto the highway. Ray was a talker, which was fine by me. Long hours alone on the road made me appreciate conversation when it came along. I'm from Alabama originally, he said, settling into his seat, heading up to visit my sister in St. Louis. She just had her second kid. Congratulations on being an uncle again, I said, keeping my eyes on the road as darkness continued to fall. We'd reached that in-between time when headlights were necessary, but not quite effective. The gloaming, my grandmother used to call it. Yeah, she's got 2 boys now. This one's named after me, Ray said with a touch of pride. Then he glanced at his hands, which I noticed were calloused and stained with what looked like motor oil. Truck's been giving me trouble for weeks. Hoped I could make it just a bit further before she conked out completely. The highway stretched before us, empty and dark. Our headlights carved a tunnel through the growing darkness, the yellow lines flashing past in a hypnotic rhythm. The forest pressed close on either side, the trees occasionally swaying in a breeze I couldn't feel inside the climate-controlled cab. We'd been driving for maybe 15 minutes when I noticed something in my side mirror. Headlights gaining on us fast. Somebody's in a hurry, I commented, watching as the lights grew larger. But then something odd happened. Instead of passing us, there was plenty of room and I wasn't exactly breaking speed records with my loaded rig. The vehicle slowed to match our pace. It stayed there, hanging back just far enough that I couldn't make out the model or license plate in the darkness. Just a pair of headlights, following us at a precise distance. You know that car? I asked Ray, nodding toward the mirror. He turned to look, and I didn't miss how his face went suddenly pale in the dim glow of the dashboard lights. Nah, no idea who that is, he said, but his voice wavered. Something about his reaction sent a chill down my spine despite the warm evening. Maybe it's a cop, I joked, trying to lighten the mood. You running from the law, Ray? He forced a laugh that didn't reach his eyes. No, nothing like that. But I could tell something was off. Ray's posture had changed. He sat straighter now, tense, his eyes darting between the side mirror and the road ahead. His fingers drummed nervously on his knee, a rapid tattoo that spoke of rising anxiety. The car behind us maintained its position for the next 10 miles. Never trying to pass, never falling back. Just following, like a shadow we couldn't shake. The highway remained deserted except for us and our mysterious tail. This is getting weird, I muttered, more to myself than to Ray. Nobody follows a semi this close for this long unless they've got a reason. Ray said nothing, but his breathing had quickened. I was starting to wonder if he'd been entirely truthful with me about his circumstances. We hit a stretch where the forest thickened on either side, the trees forming a solid black wall beyond the reach of our headlights. No moonlight penetrated the canopy here, no starlight, just absolute darkness beyond the narrow ribbon of highway. That's when the car behind us made its move. Its engine roared suddenly, the sound carrying clearly through the night. The headlights swerved into the oncoming lane and accelerated rapidly, pulling alongside us. In the brief moment as it passed, I caught a glimpse of the vehicle, a dark sedan, possibly black or navy blue, with tinted windows that revealed nothing of its occupants. Then it shot ahead, its taillights glowing red in the darkness. "What the hell?" I muttered, watching as the car accelerated to about 100 yards ahead of us. Then, without warning, its brake lights flared bright red, and the sedan swerved violently across both lanes, coming to a stop sideways across the highway, completely blocking our path. "Jesus!" I shouted, stomping on the brake pedal. The truck responded with a lurch, the weight of the steel beams behind us pushing against our sudden deceleration. The tires squealed in protest as we slowed, burning rubber on asphalt. We came to a stop about 20 feet from the sedan, our headlights illuminating its sleek profile and dark windows. For a long moment, nothing happened. The car sat there, engine running, exhaust rising in a thin cloud visible in our lights. No one emerged. "What's going on?" Ray's voice was barely above a whisper, tight with fear. "I don't know," I replied honestly, reaching slowly under my seat where I usually kept my pistol. My fingers found empty space, and I remembered with a sinking feeling that I'd left it at home. Company policy had recently cracked down on drivers carrying weapons, and I decided to play it safe this trip. That decision now seemed catastrophically stupid. The driver's door of the sedan opened slowly, and a tall, thin figure emerged. In the harsh glare of our headlights, I could make out dark clothing, jeans, and what looked like a leather jacket. The figure paused, then raised an arm. The metallic gleam of a gun barrel caught the light. "Ray," I said quietly, not taking my eyes off the armed figure now walking toward us. "What the hell have you gotten me into?" Ray didn't answer. When I glanced at him, his face was a mask of terror, all the blood drained away, leaving him gray and shaking. The gunman approached my door with deliberate steps. Behind him, a second figure emerged from the passenger side of the sedan, shorter, stockier, also holding what appeared to be a handgun. In that moment, as I watched them approach through the windshield, I felt a cold certainty settle in my gut. This wasn't a random robbery. This wasn't opportunistic crime. They had been hunting us, or more specifically, they had been hunting Ray, and I had driven us right into their trap. The tall man reached my door first, his face partially obscured by the shadows despite our headlights. He rapped on the window with the barrel of his gun, a sharp, metallic sound that made my heart skip. "Open up," he mouthed, gesturing with the weapon. For a split second, I considered stomping on the accelerator, trying to swerve around the sedan blocking our path. But the rational part of my brain quickly calculated the risk. The narrow highway, the weight of my load, the two armed men who would definitely start shooting. The odds weren't in my favor. I raised my hands slowly, letting him see they were empty, then reached for the door handle. The lock disengaged with a click that seemed unnaturally loud in the tense silence of the cab. The door swung open, and I found myself staring down the barrel of a 9mm pistol. Behind it, the man's face came into clearer view. Gaunt, with deep-set eyes, and several days' worth of stubble on his hollow cheeks. He couldn't have been more than 30, but there was something in those eyes that spoke of hard years. "Out of the truck," he ordered, his voice surprisingly soft but carrying an edge that brooked no argument. I glanced at Ray, who looked about ready to pass out, his forehead sheened with sweat despite the cooling evening air. I said, "Get out of the truck." The man emphasized each word, jabbing the gun toward my face. All right, I said, raising my hands higher. "Take whatever you want. The keys are in the ignition. There's about $60 in my wallet." A thin smile stretched across the gunman's face, revealing teeth stained by tobacco. "This ain't about your wallet, trucker. Now move." I climbed down slowly, my knees less steady than I would have liked. The second man had circled around to Ray's side and was yanking open the passenger door. "Get him out!" The first gunman called to his partner, never taking his eyes or his weapon off me. The stocky man pulled Ray roughly from the cab. Ray stumbled, falling to his knees on the asphalt. "Please," Ray whimpered, looking up at his captor. "I can explain everything." "Shut up," the stocky man growled, hauling Ray to his feet by his collar. "You'll have plenty of time to talk where we're going." They marched us to the edge of the road, keeping their weapons trained on us. The tall man motioned for us to empty our pockets. I handed over my wallet, phone, and keys. Ray did the same, his hands shaking so badly he dropped his wallet twice before managing to hand it over. "You can take the truck, man," I said, desperate to find some way out of this situation. "There's a tracking system, but it won't activate for another 12 hours when I miss my check-in. You can be long gone by then." The tall man looked at me with what almost seemed like pity. "Shut up," he said flatly. "This ain't about your truck either." He took our belongings and tossed them into the sedan. Then he turned back to us, his eyes darting nervously between us and the empty highway. "You," he said, pointing at me, "get in the truck and start it." I hesitated, glancing at Ray, who looked like he might vomit from fear. "Don't try anything," the tall man warned, jabbing the gun in my direction. "My friend here will be watching you through your mirrors. One wrong move and your buddy gets a bullet. Understand?" I nodded slowly, climbing back into the cab. As I turned the key, the engine roared to life, a sound that had always been comforting until now. Through the windshield, I could see the stocky man forcing Ray into the back seat of the sedan. "Follow us," the tall man instructed before jogging back to the car. "Stay close." He got into the driver's seat, made a 3-point turn, and started down the highway in the direction we'd been heading. I put my truck in gear and followed, my mind racing with thoughts of escape. Could I somehow alert another driver? The highway remained deserted. Could I intentionally damage the truck? The armed men would simply come back and likely take their anger out on Ray. Or me. Could I make a run for it into the forest? Not with Ray as their hostage. We drove for what felt like hours, though my dashboard clock told me it was only about 20 minutes. The sedan led us off the highway onto a narrow dirt road that I never would have noticed on my own. No signs, barely visible in the darkness, the entrance partially obscured by low-hanging branches. The dirt road wound deeper into the forest, the trees closing in around us like dark sentinels. My headlights illuminated primitive conditions, ruts and potholes that forced me to slow to a crawl at times. Branches scraped against the sides of my trailer with unnerving sounds, like fingernails on metal. Finally, the sedan stopped in a small clearing. There was just enough room for both vehicles, surrounded by dense forest on all sides. The headlights of the sedan illuminated what appeared to be a dilapidated cabin about 50 yards from where we'd parked. The tall man emerged from the car first, still holding his gun. He approached my door again, motioning for me to shut off the engine. "Out," he ordered when I complied. I climbed down, my legs stiff from tension. The night had grown cooler, and I could see my breath forming small clouds in the glow of the headlights. The clearing was silent except for the ticking of cooling engines and the barely perceptible rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. The stocky man dragged Ray from the back seat of the sedan. In the harsh light of the headlights, I could see Ray's face was now streaked with tears, his earlier terror having given way to despair. "Move," the tall man said, prodding me with the gun toward the cabin. As we walked, I tried to commit every detail to memory. The clearing was roughly circular, maybe 100 feet in diameter. The cabin appeared to be old, very old, with a sagging porch and boarded windows. The surrounding forest was primarily pine, the trees closely packed and rising like pillars into the night sky. No other buildings were visible. No power lines. No sign of civilization. Just wilderness and this forgotten structure that looked like it hadn't been inhabited in decades. The stocky man produced a flashlight and led the way onto the creaking porch. The wooden boards protested under our weight, and I had a momentary fear that the whole structure might collapse. He pushed open the door, which hung unevenly on rusted hinges, and gestured us inside with his gun. The beam of the flashlight revealed a space that was bare except for some dilapidated furniture, a sagging couch against one wall, a rickety table with one chair, and what looked like the remains of a wood stove in the corner. The floor was covered in dust and debris, dead leaves, animal droppings, fragments of what might once have been newspapers or magazines. The air inside was stale and heavy with the smell of mold, rot, and something else, something metallic and vaguely organic that made my stomach turn. "Sit," the stocky man ordered, shoving Ray toward the couch. A cloud of dust rose as Ray collapsed onto it, coughing and sputtering. I sat beside him, trying to appear compliant while my eyes continued to scan the space, looking for anything that might be used as a weapon or a means of escape. "What do you want?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. The tall man had entered behind us and now stood by the door, his gun still aimed in our general direction. The flashlight's beam cast grotesque shadows across his face as he smiled, a cold, empty expression. "Just a little insurance," he said. "Make sure you don't go running to the cops." He turned to his partner. "Get the rope." The stocky man rummaged through a duffel bag he'd brought in, similar in size and shape to the one Ray had retrieved from his pickup. He pulled out a length of rope, the beam of the flashlight catching the fibers as they uncoiled like a snake. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead and down my back. They were going to tie us up and leave us here. Or worse. "You don't need to do this," I said, desperation creeping into my voice. "I don't know what's going on. I don't know who you are. I picked Ray up because his truck broke down. That's it." The tall man's smile widened, revealing those tobacco-stained teeth again. "Wrong place, wrong time, trucker. Should have kept driving." The stocky man approached with the rope. I tensed, considering whether to fight, to make a desperate lunge for the door. But the tall man seemed to read my thoughts. "Try it," he said softly, raising the gun to point directly at my face. "Give me a reason." I stayed still as the stocky man bound our wrists behind our backs, then our ankles. The rope bit into my skin, tied deliberately tight. He checked the bonds with a rough tug that nearly dislocated my shoulders. "Don't go anywhere," the tall man said with a laugh before they both moved toward the door. The stocky man paused at the threshold, looking back at us. For a moment, something like doubt or remorse flickered across his features. "You sure about this, Eddie? The trucker?" "Shut up," the tall man, Eddie, snapped. "We stick to the plan. They'll be fine for a day or two. By then, we'll be in Canada." With that, they left, closing the door behind them. Through the thin, rotting walls of the cabin, I could hear their footsteps on the porch, then the sound of car doors opening and closing. An engine started, and headlights briefly illuminated the cracks between the boards on the windows before sweeping away. The sound of the car faded, leaving us in absolute darkness and silence. "Jesus Christ, Ray," I whispered, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. "What the hell have you gotten us into?" Beside me, Ray had begun to shake, a trembling that I could feel through the sagging couch cushions. "I'm sorry," he whispered back, his voice cracking. "God, I'm so sorry." "What was that about? Who were those men?" I demanded, struggling against my bonds. The rope held firm, cutting into my wrists with every movement. Ray's breathing had become erratic, bordering on hyperventilation. "They're going to kill us," he said, his voice barely audible. "They're going to come back and kill us, just like they killed Marcus." "Who's Marcus?" "Ray, you need to tell me what's going on." I was fighting to keep my own panic at bay now. Ray took several deep breaths, trying to calm himself. "They're smugglers," he finally said. "Eddie and his partner. I think his name is Vince. They use the trucking routes to move product up from Mexico. Mostly meth, some heroin." "And how do you know this?" I asked, though I was beginning to piece together an ugly picture. "I worked for them," Ray admitted, shame evident in his voice. "Not the drug part. I swear I didn't know about that at first. I'm a mechanic. I was just supposed to maintain their vehicles, keep them running smooth for the long hauls." "So, what happened?" Ray's voice dropped even lower. "I found out what they were carrying. Packages hidden in the engine compartments, in hollow spaces behind the dashboards. I wanted out, but by then, I knew too much." "So you ran," I said, understanding dawning. "Yeah, grabbed what cash I could and bolted. I thought I was in the clear. It's been 3 weeks and I'd made it all the way to southern Missouri." He let out a bitter laugh. "Should have known they'd find me. They have connections everywhere." "And who's Marcus?" Ray fell silent for a long moment. "Another mechanic," he finally said. "He found out before I did. Tried to go to the cops. They caught him before he could talk. Made an example of him." A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the cool night air seeping through the cabin walls. "And now they're going to make an example of us." "I'm so sorry," Ray said again, his voice breaking. "You should have kept driving. Never should have stopped for me." I bit back the angry retort that rose to my lips. Blame wouldn't help us now. Action might. "We need to get out of here," I said, renewing my struggle against the ropes. "They might come back any minute." I wriggled my wrists, trying to find some give in the bindings. They were tight, but the stocky man, Vince, had tied them hastily. There was a slight looseness I thought I might be able to exploit. "If you can turn around," I told Ray, "we can try to untie each other." We shuffled awkwardly on the couch, trying to position ourselves back to back. It was slow, painful work, hampered by our bound ankles and the sagging, unstable cushions beneath us. Outside, an owl hooted, the sound carrying clearly through the thin walls. Something small scurried across the cabin floor. A mouse or rat, I guessed, disturbed by our movements. Finally, we managed to get into position, our bound hands blindly seeking each other's ropes. Ray's fingers were clumsy with fear, but I could feel him working at the knots on my wrists. "Keep trying," I encouraged him. "We've got to get out of here before they come back." "And then what?" Ray asked, his voice hollow. "We're in the middle of nowhere. No phones, no transportation." "One problem at a time," I said grimly. "First these ropes. Then we figure out the rest." The knots were stubborn, and our awkward position made progress slow. But I could feel a slight loosening with each attempt, a fraction more movement in my wrists. That's when we heard it, the distant sound of an engine growing louder. "Oh God," Ray whispered, his fingers freezing on my bonds. "They're coming back." Time seemed to compress as the sound of the approaching vehicle grew louder. My fingers worked frantically at Ray's bonds, no longer concerned with pain or stealth, just desperate to create some chance, any chance, of survival. "It might not be them," I said, trying to keep panic from my voice. "Could be someone else using this road." Even as I said it, I knew how unlikely that was. This road wasn't on any map I'd ever seen, hidden deep in the forest, leading to an abandoned cabin. No one would find this place by accident. Ray had gone completely still, paralyzed by fear. "Ray," I hissed, "keep working on my ropes." His fingers resumed their fumbling efforts, but I could feel the tremor in them, the clumsiness born of terror. The engine sound grew louder, then suddenly cut off. Car doors slammed, 2 of them. "They're back," Ray moaned. I redoubled my efforts, feeling sweat drip into my eyes as I twisted my hands painfully against the rope. There, a slight give, a loosening around my right wrist. I worked that hand furiously, ignoring the burn as the rough fibers scraped my skin raw. Footsteps on the porch, voices, muffled but angry. "Should just finish it now," one was saying. "Eddie," I thought. The tall one. "Not here," came the reply, deeper, gruffer. "Vince." "Too messy. We stick to the plan." My right hand slipped free just as the door creaked open. I froze, quickly returning my arm to its position behind my back, praying the darkness would hide what I'd accomplished. The beam of a flashlight swept the room, momentarily blinding me after the complete darkness. I squinted against the light, trying to make out the figures silhouetted in the doorway. "Still here, I see," Eddie said, his voice carrying a note of amusement that turned my blood cold. "Thought you might have worked some magic and disappeared." He approached, the flashlight beam moving between Ray's face and mine, deliberately shining in our eyes. I could feel Ray trembling beside me, a continuous shiver that seemed beyond his control. "Please," Ray said, his voice cracking. "I haven't told anyone. I swear. Just let us go." Eddie laughed, a sharp, humorless sound. "You know that's not how this works, Ray. You ran. Now you pay." Vince had remained by the door, a bulky shadow with what appeared to be another duffel bag in his hands. "We need to go," he said. "The longer we stay here—" "Relax," Eddie cut him off. "No one knows about this place. No one's coming." He turned his attention back to us, the flashlight beam settling on my face. I tried to keep my expression neutral, fighting the urge to squint or turn away. "Your friend here," Eddie said to Ray, gesturing toward me with the flashlight. "He's just collateral damage. Wrong place, wrong time. Like I said before, should have kept driving." "What are you going to do with us?" I asked, trying to keep him talking. Every second they stayed here was another second for me to figure out how to use my freed hand. Eddie smiled, his teeth yellowed in the harsh light. "Nothing messy, not yet. We've got business to finish first. You two are going to wait here, nice and quiet until we're safely across the border. Then," he shrugged, "then we'll see. Maybe we'll call in an anonymous tip, let someone find you before you starve." The lie was transparent. They had no intention of letting us live. "The trucker doesn't know anything," Ray said suddenly. "Let him go. This is between us." Eddie laughed again. "Noble, Ray. But a little late for that. He's seen our faces. He knows this location." He leaned in closer, his breath hot on my face, reeking of cigarettes and something sharply chemical. "Sorry, trucker. Bad luck." He straightened up and turned to Vince. "Let's go. We've got a long drive ahead." As they turned to leave, I made my decision. It was now or never. The moment the flashlight beam moved away from my face, I lunged forward, driving my shoulder into Eddie's midsection. The element of surprise worked in my favor. He stumbled backward with a startled grunt, the flashlight falling from his hand and rolling across the floor, its beam creating wild shadows as it spun. I scrambled to my feet, hampered by my bound ankles but propelled by pure adrenaline. Eddie recovered quickly, reaching for the gun at his waistband. "Vince!" he shouted. I threw myself sideways as Vince charged from the doorway. In the chaotic light of the rolling flashlight, I caught a glimpse of metal in his hand. Not a gun, but something that glinted like a knife. I hit the floor hard, pain shooting through my shoulder. With my free hand, I groped blindly for anything I could use as a weapon. My fingers closed around something solid, a piece of broken furniture, perhaps. I swung it wildly as a shadow loomed over me. There was a satisfying crack as the makeshift club connected with something. A howl of pain told me I'd hit my target. Eddie or Vince, I couldn't tell which in the confusion. "Ray!" I shouted. "Run!" But Ray was still bound on the couch, watching the scene unfold with wide, terrified eyes. The flashlight had come to rest against one wall, its beam illuminating a patch of floor and nothing else. Most of the cabin remained in darkness, shapes moving like grotesque shadows in a nightmare. I scrambled backward, still clutching my crude weapon, trying to get to Ray. A hand grabbed my ankle, and I kicked out violently, connecting with something solid. There was a grunt of pain, and the grip loosened. I made it to the couch and fumbled with Ray's bonds, trying to untie him with one hand while keeping watch for our attackers. "Behind you!" Ray suddenly shouted. I turned just in time to see a figure lunging toward me, Eddie, his face contorted with rage, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead. I swung my club again, but he was ready this time. He caught my arm, twisting it painfully. The club clattered to the floor. Eddie's other hand came up, and I saw the gun, aimed directly at my face. Time seemed to slow. I could see Eddie's finger tightening on the trigger, could see the grim determination in his eyes. This was it. This was how I died. In an abandoned cabin in the middle of nowhere, all because I'd stopped to help a stranger. Then, suddenly, Ray was there. Despite his bound hands and feet, he had launched himself from the couch in a desperate maneuver, crashing into Eddie from behind. The gun discharged with a deafening roar in the confined space, but the bullet went wild, splintering wood somewhere above my head. Eddie stumbled forward, thrown off balance by Ray's weight. Both men crashed to the floor in a tangle of limbs. The gun skittered across the wooden planks, disappearing into the shadows. I didn't hesitate. I threw myself after it, fingers scrabbling in the darkness. Where was Vince? I couldn't see him in the limited light, couldn't hear him over the sounds of struggle behind me. My hand closed around the gun just as a shadow fell across me. I rolled onto my back, bringing the weapon up in a two-handed grip. Vince stood there, his stocky silhouette framed in the doorway, something clutched in his hand. Our eyes met in the dim light, and I saw calculation in his gaze, weighing his chances against an armed opponent. "Don't!" I warned, the gun steady despite my pounding heart. For a long moment, he didn't move. Behind me, I could hear Ray and Eddie still struggling, grunts and curses punctuating the ragged sound of their breathing. Then, without a word, Vince turned and bolted through the door. "Vince!" Eddie shouted, his voice tight with pain and betrayal. "Vince, you coward!" I scrambled to my feet, the gun still trained on the doorway, half expecting Vince to return. But the only sounds from outside were rapidly receding footsteps, followed by the start of an engine. Headlights briefly illuminated the doorway, then swept away as the car accelerated down the dirt road. I turned my attention back to Ray and Eddie, still grappling on the floor. Eddie had the advantage, his hands free, but Ray was fighting with the desperation of a man who knew his life depended on it. "Enough!" I shouted, aiming the gun at Eddie. "Get off him, now!" Eddie froze, turning his head slowly to look at me. In the dim light of the fallen flashlight, his face was a mask of hatred and calculation. "You won't shoot," he said, his voice surprisingly calm. "You're not a killer." I tightened my grip on the gun. "Don't test me. Not after what you've put us through." For a heartbeat, I thought he might lunge at me, might call what he perceived as my bluff. Part of me hoped he would, giving me justification for pulling the trigger. But something in my eyes must have convinced him. Slowly, he raised his hands and moved away from Ray. "Against the wall," I ordered, gesturing with the gun. "Face it. Hands behind your head." Eddie complied, moving with deliberate slowness, his eyes never leaving mine. I backed toward Ray, keeping the gun trained on Eddie. "You okay?" I asked without looking down. "Been better," Ray gasped, struggling to sit up. But I'll live, for now. I reached down with my free hand and helped him to his feet, then backed us both toward the door. Eddie remained against the wall, his posture tense, watching us over his shoulder. "What now, trucker?" he asked, a hint of that mocking tone returning to his voice. "You going to shoot me in cold blood?" I considered it. God help me, I actually considered it. After what he'd put us through, after what he'd planned to do to us, it would have been easy to justify. But whatever else I wasn't a murderer. "You're lucky I'm not you," I said, backing through the doorway with Ray. Once outside, I quickly cut Ray's remaining bonds using a rusty nail I found on the porch. My ankles were still bound, and I sat down briefly to free them as well, keeping the gun pointed at the cabin door. "He'll come after us," Ray said, rubbing his raw wrists. "The moment we're gone, he'll come after us." I nodded grimly. "Then we'd better make sure he can't." We found a length of timber on the porch, part of a broken railing. Working quickly, we wedged it against the door, effectively barring it from the outside. It wouldn't hold Eddie forever, but it would slow him down. The night around us was pitch black, the forest a wall of darkness beyond the small clearing. Without flashlights or a vehicle, our options were limited. "What about your truck?" Ray asked, as if reading my thoughts. "Keys are in the car Vince took," I reminded him. "But I know a trick or two." We made our way to my rig, guided by the faint starlight that penetrated the clearing. I climbed into the cab and reached under the dashboard, feeling for the wiring panel. It had been years since I'd had to hotwire a vehicle, not since my misspent youth, but some skills you never forget. "Keep watch," I told Ray as I worked. "If you see Eddie, shout." Ray positioned himself where he could see both the cabin and the surrounding forest, the gun held awkwardly in his hands. I'd given it to him after determining it had 2 bullets left. Not much, but better than nothing. My fingers worked blindly at the wires, stripping and connecting them by feel alone. The minutes stretched, each one filled with tension as I expected to hear Eddie breaking through the barricaded door at any moment. Finally, the engine rumbled to life. "Get in," I called to Ray, who didn't need to be told twice. He scrambled into the passenger seat, still clutching the gun. I threw the truck into gear and began a careful 3-point turn in the clearing, mindful of the trees close on every side. The headlights illuminated the cabin as we turned, no sign of Eddie, the door still barricaded. "He could have gone out a window," Ray said nervously, scanning the tree line. I nodded, focusing on completing the turn without getting stuck. The dirt beneath us was soft, and the heavy rig sank slightly with each movement. Finally, we were pointed back toward the road. I accelerated carefully, navigating the narrow track, branches scraping against the sides of the trailer as we went. "We need to get to a police station," I said as we bounced along the rough road. "Report everything, the kidnapping, the drugs, all of it." Ray nodded, but I could see doubt in his eyes. "If we make it that far," he said quietly. We traveled in tense silence for what felt like hours, but was probably only 15 minutes. The dirt road seemed longer on the return journey, each bend and dip raising the possibility of an ambush. Finally, we reached the highway. Empty in both directions, it stretched like a black ribbon through the forest. I turned north, the direction of the nearest town according to my recollection of the route. "We're going to make it," I said, more to convince myself than Ray. "We're going to be okay." Ray didn't respond. He was staring out the windshield, his face slack with exhaustion and lingering fear. The gun rested in his lap, his hand still curled loosely around it. We'd traveled about 5 miles when headlights appeared in my rearview mirror, distant at first, then rapidly approaching. "Is that them?" Ray asked, straightening in his seat, suddenly alert. I pressed the accelerator, pushing the rig as hard as I dared on the winding highway. I don't know. Could be anyone. But deep down, I knew. It was too much of a coincidence. Somehow, Eddie had escaped the cabin and found transportation. Perhaps he'd had another vehicle hidden nearby. The headlights grew larger, gaining on us quickly. My loaded truck was no match for a car on these roads. "What do we do?" Ray's voice had taken on that edge of panic again. I scanned the highway ahead, looking for options. There, a side road coming up on the right. Not the hidden track we'd been forced down earlier, but a proper gravel road marked with a county route sign. "Hold on," I warned, beginning to brake as we approached the turn. The pursuing vehicle was close enough now that I could see it wasn't the same sedan Vince had fled in. This was something larger, a pickup truck, its high beams blinding in my mirrors. I made the turn onto the gravel road, the truck lurching as the wheels transitioned from asphalt to loose stone. Behind us, the pickup followed, its engine roaring as it closed the distance. The gravel road was narrower than the highway, lined with ditches on either side. Not ideal for evasive driving in a semi, but I had to try something. When I say so, I told Ray, I want you to fire one shot out the window. Don't aim at anything, just fire into the air. Ray nodded grimly, checking the gun. I watched the pickup in my mirrors, waiting until it was almost on our tail. Now! I shouted. Ray rolled down his window and fired. The sound was deafening inside the cab. The effect was immediate. The pickup swerved, then slowed, dropping back to a more cautious distance. That bought us some time, I said, but not much. Up ahead, I could see lights. Not headlights, but the steady glow of street lamps. A town, or at least some kind of settlement. Safety. The pickup had recovered and was gaining again, apparently undeterred by our warning shot. It pulled alongside in the oncoming lane. In the glow of my running lights, I could see Eddie behind the wheel, his face contorted with rage. He swerved toward us, trying to force us off the road. I held steady, hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel, refusing to yield. Our vehicles scraped together with a shriek of metal on metal. "He's trying to kill us!" Ray shouted. "One bullet left," I reminded him. "Make it count." Ray leaned out the window, trying to aim at Eddie's truck, while the vehicles jostled and scraped against each other. But before he could fire, Eddie swerved hard into us again. The impact sent the gun flying from Ray's hand, out the window and into the darkness. I fought to maintain control as the truck threatened to veer into the ditch. Eddie was alongside us again, preparing for another ram. The town lights were closer now, perhaps half a mile ahead. "Hold on," I shouted, making a split-second decision. Instead of trying to evade the next hit, I turned into it, meeting Eddie's pickup head-on with the massive weight of my rig. There was a tremendous crash, the sound of crumpling metal and breaking glass. Eddie's smaller vehicle took the worst of it, spinning away from us toward the opposite ditch. I didn't stop to see what happened next. I kept the accelerator down, pushing toward those lights, toward safety. In my mirror, I could see Eddie's pickup had come to rest at an angle, half in the ditch, its headlights pointing skyward. No movement was visible inside. The first buildings of the town appeared, a gas station, a small church, houses set back from the road. I slowed only enough to make the turn safely, heading toward what looked like the center of town. There, the distinctive shape of a sheriff's office, a patrol car parked outside. I brought the truck to a stop, the brakes hissing loudly in the quiet night. Before the engine had fully quieted, Ray and I were out of the cab, running toward the building. A deputy emerged, alerted by the noise of our arrival. His hand went to his weapon as he saw two disheveled, bloodied men rushing toward him. "What in the world?" he began. "We need help," I gasped, my legs suddenly weak now that the immediate danger had passed. "We were kidnapped, held at gunpoint. The guy who did it is back there, on the road. He tried to run us off." The deputy radioed for backup, then guided us inside, his expression a mixture of concern and wariness. Over the next few hours, we told our story, to the deputy, to the sheriff when he arrived, and finally to a pair of state troopers who responded to the alert. They took Ray and me to the local hospital to treat our injuries, mostly cuts, bruises, and rope burns, and kept us separated while they verified our accounts. A patrol found Eddie unconscious in his wrecked pickup, still alive but badly injured. They also discovered a substantial quantity of methamphetamine hidden in the vehicle, confirming Ray's story about the smuggling operation. By dawn, word had come in that Vince had been apprehended trying to cross the state line. He'd apparently decided cutting his losses was better than returning for his partner. The sheriff, a grizzled veteran named Frank Hollister, finally brought Ray and me back together in a small conference room at the station. "Your stories check out," he said, looking between us. "And we've confirmed Mr. Darden's identity and the existence of the smuggling operation he described. You two are lucky to be alive." Ray looked down at his bandaged wrists. "What happens now?" "You'll both need to make formal statements," Sheriff Hollister explained, "and you'll likely be called to testify when this goes to trial. But for now..." He slid a set of keys across the table to me. "Your truck's been checked over. You're free to go whenever you're ready, Mr. Kentrell." I took the keys, their familiar weight somehow comforting in my palm. "What about my cargo, the steel beams?" "Intact," the sheriff assured me, "though your company might want to have the trailer checked for damage." I nodded, relief washing over me. I could still make my delivery, albeit late. The company would understand once they heard what had happened. Ray and I were escorted outside. Morning had broken fully now, sunlight washing over the small town, making the night's horrors seem distant and dreamlike. "I'm sorry," Ray said quietly as we stood in the parking lot. "For everything. You stopped to help me, and I nearly got you killed." I looked at him. Really looked at him for the first time since our ordeal began. The morning light revealed a man worn down by fear and poor choices, but not evil. Just human. "You saved my life back there," I reminded him, "when Eddie had that gun on me." Ray shrugged, wincing at the movement. "Least I could do." We exchanged phone numbers, though I wondered if we'd ever actually use them. Some experiences bond people together, others are so traumatic you want to forget everyone associated with them. "What will you do now?" I asked. "Testify," Ray said grimly. "Do what I should have done weeks ago. Then," he shrugged again, "start over somewhere, try to make better choices." I nodded, understanding. We shook hands, a formal gesture that seemed inadequate for what we'd been through together. As I climbed into my truck, I felt the weight of the night's events settling on me. I was alive, but changed. The road ahead looked different now, filled with shadows I hadn't noticed before. I started the engine, the familiar rumble vibrating through the seat. Despite everything, there was comfort in the routine, checking mirrors, releasing the brake, feeling the massive vehicle respond to my touch. As I pulled away from the sheriff's office, I caught a glimpse of Ray in my mirror, watching me go. He raised a hand in farewell, then turned away, walking toward whatever future awaited him. I pointed my truck north, toward my delayed delivery, and then home. The highway stretched before me, the same as it had been yesterday, yet somehow fundamentally altered by what I'd experienced. The road never stops calling, I thought, and there's always another load to haul, another destination to reach. But now I knew what lurked in the spaces between towns, in the shadows beyond headlights, in the hearts of strangers. And I would never again take for granted the simple miracle of arriving safely at my destination. 16 years have passed since that July night in the forests of southern Missouri. 16 years of highways and byways, of sunrises viewed through windshields and sunsets in rearview mirrors. I'm still driving, though these days I own my rig instead of driving for someone else. The independence suits me, lets me choose my routes, my schedules, my risks. Eddie Thompson and Vincent Mercer, I learned their full names during the trial, were sentenced to 20 years each for kidnapping, attempted murder, and drug trafficking. Last I heard, they were still serving time in a federal penitentiary in Colorado. Sometimes I wonder if they think about me, the trucker who got away, who helped bring down their operation. Probably. Prisoners have little else to do but remember. Ray testified as promised, then entered witness protection. I don't know where he is now or what name he uses. Sometimes I see someone at a truck stop, a certain build, a way of standing, and I look twice, wondering. But it's never him. At least I don't think it is. The nightmares lasted for years. In them, I'm always back in that cabin, bound and helpless, or running through endless forest with unseen pursuers close behind. My ex-wife said I would cry out in my sleep, begging invisible tormentors for mercy. She couldn't understand why I wouldn't talk about it, couldn't understand that putting it into words made it more real, not less. We divorced 3 years after it happened. Not entirely because of what I went through, but it didn't help. Trauma changes you, reshapes you like extreme heat bends metal. You can still function, still serve your purpose, but you're never quite the same shape again. I don't pick up hitchhikers anymore. Don't stop for broken down vehicles either, though I'll call it in once I reach a safe place. Some would call that callous. I call it survival. It's October now, 16 years and 3 months since that night. I'm hauling agricultural equipment from Nebraska to Arkansas, taking the scenic route through Missouri. Not the same highways as before. I've managed to avoid that particular stretch of road all these years, but close enough that memories keep bubbling to the surface like air pockets in tar. I've stopped for the night at a truck stop outside Springfield. Modern place, all LED lighting and self-serve kiosks, a far cry from the greasy spoons I frequented in my younger days. Progress, I suppose, though I miss the conversations with career waitresses who called everyone honey and remembered how you liked your eggs. I've showered, eaten, and now I'm nursing a coffee in the attached diner, watching rain streak the windows as evening settles in. The place is half empty. A few other drivers hunched over plates or phones, a family with tired children picking at their meals, A pair of college-aged kids sharing a milkshake and looking at each other like they've discovered something precious. That's when I notice him, a man sitting alone in a corner booth, face partially hidden behind a newspaper. Something about his posture, the way he holds himself, triggers a recognition so deep it's almost physical. I feel my heart rate accelerate, my palms grow damp against the ceramic mug. It can't be. Eddie is still in prison. I checked just last year, an annual ritual I performed to reassure myself. And yet, the man lowers his paper, reaches for his coffee. I catch a glimpse of his profile, the hawkish nose, the hollow cheeks. My breath catches in my throat. Then he turns, and the resemblance evaporates. Just a tired businessman, probably a sales rep for some agricultural supplier, nothing like the man who held a gun to my head all those years ago. I exhale slowly, forcing my tense muscles to relax. This happens sometimes. Phantom sightings, moments when ordinary strangers transform into specters from my past. My therapist called it hypervigilance, a common symptom of what happened to me. I call it being careful. The rain intensifies, drumming against the roof of the truck stop. Most drivers will be staying put tonight, unwilling to battle the weather and poor visibility. I should do the same, but the encounter, or non-encounter, has left me restless. The familiar itch between my shoulder blades that tells me to move, to put distance between myself and perceived threats. I pay my bill and return to my truck, climbing into the cab that has been more home to me than any house over the years. The rain creates a cocoon of white noise around me, isolating me from the world outside. I should sleep, but I know I won't. Not yet, not with memories so close to the surface. Instead, I pull out the small notebook I've carried for years. Its pages are filled with my handwriting, observations, thoughts, fragments of the book I've been threatening to write for a decade now. Confessions of a long-haul trucker, or something equally trite. I've never shown it to anyone, likely never will. It's more therapy than literature, a way to exorcise demons that refuse to stay buried. I turn to a blank page and begin to write. Not about Eddie or Ray or that night, but about the rain, about the phantom sighting, about how the past is never really past, but rather a shadow that grows longer or shorter depending on the angle of the sun. Time passes, measured by the rhythmic sweep of windshield wipers on parked trucks and the occasional headlights of vehicles braving the weather on the nearby highway. My writing slows, then stops, fatigue finally overcoming restlessness. I'm about to put the notebook away when a sharp rap on my door startles me fully awake. My hand instinctively reaches for the legal handgun I now keep secured beside my seat. Through the rain-streaked window, I can make out a figure in a rain-soaked jacket, hood pulled up against the downpour. My first instinct is to ignore the knock, to stay locked safely inside. But something, curiosity perhaps, or some deeper intuition, makes me crack the window instead. "Can I help you?" I call out, my voice deliberately neutral. "Leroy?" The figure pushes back the hood, revealing a face weathered by time but instantly, impossibly familiar. Leroy Kentrell? Ray? I breathe, disbelief warring with recognition. It's him, older certainly, with gray threaded through his once dark beard, lines carved deeper around his eyes and mouth. But unmistakably Ray Darden, the man I last saw 16 years ago outside a sheriff's office in southern Missouri. For a moment, neither of us speaks. The rain continues its steady drumming, the only sound in the strange bubble of unreality that has suddenly enveloped us. "Can I come in?" he finally asks, water dripping from his jacket. It's a hell of a night to be standing out here. Caution wars with curiosity. The old fear flickers. What if this is a trap? What if Eddie somehow found me? What if? But Ray is alone, visibly unarmed, and despite everything, I find I'm not afraid of him. I unlock the door. "Come around to the passenger side." He nods and disappears from view. I take the moment to secure my weapon in its proper place, accessible but not immediate. Old habits. The passenger door opens, bringing with it a gust of rain-scented air and the sodden figure of Ray Darden. He climbs in awkwardly, careful not to drip too much on my interior. "Sorry about this," he says, pulling off his wet jacket. "Didn't mean to startle you." "How did you find me?" I ask, the question that matters most. He smiles faintly. "Wasn't looking for you, if that's what you're worried about. Pure coincidence. I recognized your rig in the lot, the custom paint job on the door. Took a chance it might be you." I'd had the truck custom painted 5 years ago, midnight blue with silver accents, my initials worked into the design. Distinctive, yes, but Ray couldn't have known that. You're not in witness protection anymore, I observe. He shakes his head. Got out 8 years ago after they determined the threat had diminished. Eddie and Vince were the main players who knew me. With them locked up, there wasn't much point keeping me hidden. What are you doing in Springfield? The questions keep coming, part suspicion, part genuine curiosity. I live here now, Ray says. Work as a mechanic at a shop about 5 miles from this truck stop. Honest work, finally. He pauses, studying me. You look good, Leroy. Older, like the rest of us, but good. You too, I say, surprised to find I mean it. The Ray sitting beside me seems more substantial somehow, more grounded than the frightened man I remember. An awkward silence falls between us. What do you say to someone who shares your worst memory? How do you make small talk with a ghost from your nightmares? I never thanked you properly, Ray finally says, his voice quiet beneath the rain. For stopping that night, for helping me escape, for testifying. I wave away his thanks. You'd have done the same. Maybe, he concedes. But that doesn't diminish what you did. He hesitates, then adds, I've thought about you often over the years, wondered how you were doing, if what happened affected you like it did me. The question hangs in the air, an invitation to share something I've kept locked away for 16 years. Part of me wants to deflect, to maintain the protective distance I've cultivated. But there's something about the moment, the rain isolating us from the world, the improbable reunion, that loosens something in my chest. It changed everything, I admit. How I drive, who I trust, where I go, even who I married and divorced. The words come more easily than I expected. Nightmares for years, still have them sometimes. Ray nods, understanding in his eyes. Me too, though they've gotten better. Therapy helped. Same, I acknowledge, though I told my therapist it was a carjacking gone wrong. Simpler that way. I told mine everything, Ray says. Had to. The witness protection counselors insisted. He looks out at the rain-slick parking lot. Sometimes I think it would have been easier to go to prison like Eddie and Vince. At least there, the bars and guards are visible. The prison I built for myself was harder to recognize. His words hit uncomfortably close to home. Haven't I been living in my own prison all these years? Self-imposed restrictions, routes not taken, relationships kept at arm's length? But you got out, I say, referring to more than just witness protection. Ray turns back to me, a small smile touching his lips. Working on it, every day. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a sobriety chip. 5 years clean. Another thing that changed after that night. Turned to the bottle pretty hard for a while. Congratulations, I say, genuinely impressed. That's no small thing. What about you? He asks. Still doing long hauls after all this time? I gesture around the cab. As you can see, though I own my rig now, set my own schedule. Ever think about quitting? Doing something else? The question catches me off guard. Have I thought about it? Of course, after the incident, after the divorce, after particularly bad stretches of nightmares. But the road has always called me back. Sometimes, I admit. But this is what I know, what I'm good at. Ray nods, understanding. We find comfort in the familiar, even when it's wrapped up with the painful. Outside, the rain has begun to slacken, the drumming on the roof fading to a gentler patter. The truck stop lights create halos in the mist, transforming the ordinary parking lot into something almost ethereal. I should let you get some rest, Ray says, reaching for his still damp jacket. When I saw your truck, I couldn't pass up the chance to say thank you, to see that you're okay. I'm glad you did, I say, surprised again by how true this is. Seeing Ray, the real Ray, not the phantom of memory, has settled something inside me, answered questions I didn't know I still had. He opens the door, then pauses. I live just off Route 65. Small house, nothing fancy. If you're ever passing through and want a home-cooked meal or just a cup of coffee. He pulls out a business card, slightly damp from his pocket, and hands it to me. No pressure, just an offer. I take the card. Ray Wilson, senior mechanic it reads, with an address and phone number. His new name, his new life. I might do that, I say, and in the moment, I mean it. He nods, seemingly satisfied, and climbs down from the cab. Before he closes the door, he looks back at me. Drive safe, Leroy. You too, Ray, I respond. the familiar trucker's farewell feeling suddenly weighted with new meaning. I watch as he makes his way across the parking lot to an older model Chevy, sensible and unassuming. He waves once before getting in and driving away, taillights receding into the misty night. The encounter leaves me thoughtful, turning Ray's card over in my fingers. After 16 years of avoiding this very connection, of treating that night as something to be buried and forgotten, here it was, handed to me with a simple invitation for coffee. I tucked the card into my notebook, between the pages where I'd been writing earlier. Tomorrow, I'll continue my journey south, delivering my cargo as contracted. I'll drive the same roads I've driven countless times, see the same sights, make the same stops. But something has shifted, subtly but unmistakably. The past I've carried like a silent passenger all these years feels lighter somehow, less oppressive. Ray escaped his prison. Maybe, just maybe, I can begin to escape mine. I settle into my bunk, more ready for sleep than I expected to be. Outside, the rain has stopped completely, leaving behind a glistening world and a cleared sky where stars are beginning to emerge. The highways will still be haunted by memories, by what-ifs, by the ghosts of who we were before that July night. But perhaps they're also haunted by possibilities, by connections not yet made, by versions of ourselves we haven't yet become. Tomorrow is another day on the road, another load to haul, another destination to reach. And for the first time in 16 years, I'm curious to see where it leads.